My name is Mira Devon. I am a child of the soul. I was born beneath the low oaks of Belmire, heir to the Bloomwright legacy long before I ever learned to braid my own hair. Folks in town used to say our roots ran deeper than the riverbed itself, though they never meant it kindly. Belmire was a place where people talked soft but watched hard, where every porch had a rocking chair and every rocking chair had a witness. Most of the townsfolk were our customers, buying our Bloomwright oils, Bloomwright balms, Bloomwright teas steeped dark as midnight. They came with aches in their bones and storms in their minds, and Mama always had something to soothe them. A drop behind the ear, a leaf pressed between the palms, a little glass bottle warm from her apron pocket. They swore her remedies worked miracles, though they never once asked why. People prefer their healing simple, their stories safe, and their truths left sleeping. But rumors sprout faster than flowers in Belmire. Some claimed Mama talked to her plants after sundown. Others whispered she kept a secret garden buried somewhere no shovel dared find. A few even warned their children not to look too long at the vines curling around our back steps, as if the green tended to look back. I learned early not to correct them. Better to let gossip grow wild than to hand the town the truth it wasn't ready for. Because the truth was this: the Bloomwright legacy wasn't a business. It wasn't even a family craft. It was a bloodline old enough to remember what the world forgot, powerful enough to keep it remembering still. And I, with my heavy hair and curious hands, was raised in the center of it all, long before I understood what it meant to inherit something that could uproot your life as easily as it healed it. Belmire was small, but my legacy was not. And the day came when the roots beneath our house stirred, calling my name like a hymn only I could hear. That was when everything began to change. 1. The Scalp and the Soil chapter separator. They say our little corner of Georgia wakes before the sun does. I believe it. Before the chickens lift their heads, before the bells in front of St. Alora's clap against the morning breeze, before the sky makes up its mind between lavender and gray, the town is already moving. You can hear the iron groan of the butcher's cart rolling over the cobblestones, and the first hiss from Miss Halston's kettle drifting out her window like it's announcing a sermon. Folks think cities are where life happens, but out here, tucked between red clay roads and cotton fields that stretch too wide, you learn that whole histories can be carried in a street no longer than a prayer. The morning I first heard the root mother's voice, I walked through town with a basket hooked on my elbow, feeling the weight of the warm jars clinking together like heartbeats. I had filled them just an hour before sunrise. Rosemary oil for Lottie, nettle salve for one of the mothers whose youngest daughter kept scratching her scalp raw, and a thick shea blend for the Sunday choir ladies who wanted their hair soft as clouds and twice as holy, as they told me. The air smelled faintly of river water and coal smoke from the freight train that had passed in the night. Storefronts were slowly waking, shutters cracking open like sleepy eyelids, dust swirling where the light reached between boards. The road leading past the general store was packed with earth the color of dried blood, still holding the hoofprints of mules that had dragged fertilizer wagons the day before. But even with all its rough edges, morning in our town had a softness you grew into. The kind of softness you only notice when someone's absence makes it sharper. I paused in front of Deacon Hill's porch. He rocked in his chair, long legs creaking, nodding at me like he did every morning. "Morning." "Mira girl," he said, voice thick with sleep and molasses. "You off to mend somebody's scalp again?" I smiled. Mending, soothing, resurrecting. Depends on the scalp. He laughed, a warm rumble rolling from deep in his chest. Your mama'd be proud. Lord knows folks loved her hands. I felt the usual pinch behind my ribs. Mama had been gone 5 years, but there were days it felt like 5 minutes. I hope so, I murmured. I try to keep her ways alive. He tapped the rail with a long, knuckled finger. Don't just keep 'em alive. Grow 'em. I nodded and walked on. The phrase hooked itself in my mind like a burr. Grow them. Mama used to say something like that, though she meant it literally: grow the medicines, grow the remedies, grow the strength in your own scalp and bones. As I passed the church, the morning light caught on the stained glass windows, turning the whole street blue and gold. The cobblestones seemed to glow, and beneath it all, beneath the sound of greeting voices, clattering carts, and opening storefronts, I felt something else. A low hum, faint, buried, like the earth was whispering to itself. I shook it off. The morning heat often played tricks on folks who didn't sleep well, and I hadn't slept well in months. By the time I reached my workshop, a single-room brick space behind the boarding house, I was grateful for the quiet. The key stuck a little in the lock. When the door swung open, warm light spilled over shelves of jars, bundles of drying herbs, the mortar and pestle Mama had used since she was a girl, and the copper pot on the stove that was still cooling from dawn work. Here, the world always felt slower, as if the air itself didn't want to disturb anything. I set the basket down, rolled up my sleeves, and crossed to the work table. Mama's recipe book sat exactly where I left it, open, its spine bowed from generations of hands. The pages were soft, worn to thinness in some places. But even so, the ink of the strange symbols in the corners seemed darker than the rest of the writing. Too dark, almost alive in the way it pulled the eye. I bent closer. The symbols didn't shift this time, not immediately. They waited. I lit the small lamp at the corner of the table, and the shadows pulled back, just enough for me to see the oil stains pressed into the margins, little shadows of Mama's fingerprint. I traced them with my thumb. "You could have left me more notes," I whispered. I wasn't angry. Not really. Just tired of feeling like I was carrying a family legacy, written half in English, half in ghosts. The oil had brewed earlier was still warm. I poured a bit into a small bowl, watching the light catch on its golden surface. The smell of rosemary and thyme rose up, mingling with the faint sweetness of shea and the earthy undertone of something older, something I hadn't added, but that always found its way in. A memory flickered. Mama's hands working braids into my hair, her voice low and rhythmic, like she was singing a prayer without melody. "Plants remember, Mira. They keep stories, so keep your own scalp clean, so you can hear them." I laughed softly. "Mama, I'm listening, but they're not exactly talkative." "Not yet," a voice seemed to say beneath my breath. I straightened quickly, heart pounding. The room was still. The lamplight flickered, but only because the flame was low. It was nothing. My imagination was louder when I hadn't eaten. I forced myself to focus on the work. I needed to prepare for the day's appointments, including Lottie's. She said her scalp felt tight and tender lately, probably from the harsh straightening cream she tried in a moment of vanity. My remedies helped, though. They always did. I reached for a small bundle of dried basil and set to crushing it in the mortar, letting the scent fill my lungs. The rhythm grounded me, stone against stone, soft leaves breaking apart, aroma rising like an offering. As I stirred it into the oil, something inside the book fluttered. A page turned. Not violently, softly, delicately, like a breath. I stepped back. No, but the book didn't stop. Another page lifted, drifting as if caught in a breeze, except the air in the room was still, heavy, thick. Beneath my feet, the wooden floorboards vibrated so faintly I almost thought I imagined it. A low hum, like the one in the street earlier, rose again, curling itself in the corners of the workshop. I touched the book's edge with trembling fingers. The symbols had shifted. They were different, slightly, subtly. Their lines curved inward, like roots curling in search of soil. The spirals had widened, forming a shape I recognized, and yet did not recognize. Like remembering a dream I could never fully recall. A pulse ran through my scalp. I gasped and gripped the table. Heat flared behind my ears, traveling down the back of my head, spreading like warm oil poured over braids. My breath stuttered. What is? A knock at the door broke the moment clean in half. Mira, you ready for me? Lottie's voice. I exhaled shakily. Come in. She entered with her usual slow grace, though today she moved like her bones ached more than they let on. She lowered herself into the wooden chair at the center of the room, unwrapping her headscarf. Lord, this heat, she muttered. My scalp feels like it's fighting with me. I forced myself to smile. Then let's calm her down. I dipped my fingers into the warm oil and began massaging it gently into Lottie's scalp. The familiarity of the ritual steadied my hands. Circular motions, even pressure. A little more oil at the crown, less at the temples, where skin was thinner. Lottie sighed so deeply the sound seemed to settle the room. If heaven had a temperature, she murmured. This is it. I parted her hair with a polished comb and dipped into the jar again. My hands worked automatically. Mama's movements, not mine. The braiding pattern was old, passed from generation to generation, with a rhythm that felt like a heartbeat. Then the comb quivered. At first I ignored it. Sometimes tools warmed in the hand. But the tremor came again, sharp and certain, running through the handle like a shiver. I stilled. Mira? Lottie asked softly, though her eyes remained closed. Something wrong? No, I said quickly. Just drop my grip. I lifted the comb again. The moment the teeth touched her scalp, a whisper curled through the metal. So faint it could have been imagination. But it wasn't imagination. Mira, I froze. The whisper wasn't sound. Not exactly. It was the sensation of being remembered by something older than language. A chill trickled down my spine. Mira? Lottie asked again, half asleep. I didn't answer. Couldn't. The whisper came again, clearer this time, sliding through the comb like breath through reeds. Daughter seed. I stepped back so quickly the chair scraped against the floor. The comb slipped from my hand and clattered to the ground. Lottie jerked awake. Good Lord, child, you all right? She has seen the first leaf of what was buried. The room thickened. My scalp pulsed again, warm then hot, like something beneath the skin was waking, stretching. Lottie reached for my hand. Baby, you trembling. I swallowed hard. I think I need to finish this later, Lottie. I'm sorry. She hesitated, but she was gentle and wise enough to know when not to press. She wrapped her scarf around her hair and stood slowly. You rest, Mira, she said. Your mama's been gone a while, but I swear, she wouldn't want you running yourself ragged. Ancestors don't like that. She left, closing the door softly behind her. Silence swallowed the room. I knelt to pick up the comb. The metal was warm, warmer than my skin, and a faint greenish shimmer clung to the teeth, like residue from a plant that didn't exist in this century. My scalp throbbed again. I gripped the edge of the table, breath thin and shallow. Mama, I whispered, what did you leave for me? What did you bind into this book? The recipe book vibrated, as if something inside it shifted position. The symbols glowed faintly, overlaying each other, forming a shape that looked almost like roots. A network of them, a map of memory. I felt something move beneath my skin, a slow, coiling warmth, spreading from the base of my skull, through the braids Mama once taught me to care for, as though each were a root of its own. A voice brushed the edge of my consciousness, soft as a mother humming into the night. Awakening. My breath hitched. You carry what your mother carried, what her mother carried, what was nearly lost. The lamplight dimmed. My vision blurred, and then, ancestral, omniscient voice. Before Mira Devon opened her eyes to the truth, the soil had waited. It had waited through drought, through flood, through the trampling of boots and the tearing of families. It had waited for a Devon girl with steady hands and a listening heart. It had waited for the one who could hear what grows beneath grief, beneath memory, beneath time itself. Back in my body, the pulse behind my scalp grew louder, an insistent drumming that felt like the heartbeat of the earth. "No," I whispered. "This isn't real. Real is only what roots remember." The voice answered. The floor vibrated so faintly, the jars on the shelf chimed like distant bells. Darkness coiled at the edge of my vision. I clutched the recipe book to my chest. "Who are you?" I whispered into the silence. A pause, a breath, then Root Mother. The name filled the room like a second atmosphere, dense, fertile, ancient. It wrapped itself around me, not with malice, but with a frightening tenderness. "Child of soil," the Root Mother murmured, her voice brushing through my braids like fingers. "You are the first bloom of a sleeping lineage, and I will guide you. I will grow you. I will claim you." My knees buckled. I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor, shaking. The recipe book pulsed in my arms like a living thing. Outside, the sun kept rising, casting light across town, touching rooftops and riverbanks and morning vendors shouting their wares. Life went on as if nothing had changed. But inside the workshop, inside me, something ancient had awakened. Something that had been waiting generations to speak. And it had chosen this morning, this hour, this breath to call me by name. I clutched the book harder, feeling the pulse of the symbols, the hum beneath the floorboards, the echo of the whisper still lingering in my scalp like a seed newly watered. Whatever this was, it wasn't going away. The soil had remembered me, and now I would have to remember it back. Not by thinking, not by wishing, but by reaching into that dark, humming place inside me that had begun to unfurl like a seed split open. My mother used to say, memory wasn't just something you kept in your mind. Memory lived in the blood, in the bones, in the quiet parts of the body that listened even when you didn't. "Hair remembers," she told me once. "Scalp remembers even harder." I did not understand her then, but standing there in the dim hush of my workshop, the comb still in my hand like an unanswered question, the truth felt close enough to taste. Something was awake behind the world, brushing its knuckles along the inside of my skull, patient and watchful as a root waiting for rain. I set the comb down and steadied my trembling fingers. The oil bowl beside me still shimmered, a faint ripple moving across the surface, though the air was still. I leaned forward. The scent rose warm and resinous, clove bud, calendulas, cedar, pressed from the heart of a tree that no longer existed in our part of the world. A recipe 3 generations old, perfected by hands I would never shake. My mother called it root shine. My grandmother believed it kept nightmares from touching the head. My great-grandmother used it to read stories in other women's scalps. Stories the women themselves had forgotten. Sometimes I wondered whether the recipe had ever been meant for daily use, or if I had forced it into the wrong kind of life. A sudden warmth pressed behind my ear, like a thumb, gentle, deliberate, waiting to guide my head. I froze. The air around me thickened, as if the workshop had filled with invisible water. My breath caught at the top of my lungs. Then it came again, a whisper. Not sound, not quite. A thread pulled through the marrow. "Mira." I staggered back so sharply, my hip bumped the stool. The whisper folded away, like a hand retreating into shadow. But it had left its heat behind inside my chest. I squeezed my eyes shut. "No," I breathed, though I didn't know who I was speaking to. Not yet, not like this. But the whisper had already woven itself into the corners of the room. I felt it in the cracked windowsill, in the dried bundles of yarrow hanging beside the door, in the loose plank under my feet that always complained in winter. Everything felt a shade more alive, aware. as though the workshop had bent slightly toward me. A pulse, not my heartbeat, something slower, older. My scalp prickled. The new braid I'd woven earlier felt suddenly heavy, as though something were threading itself into it from underneath the roots of my hair. I lifted a shaking hand to touch the braid, but the moment my fingers brushed it, a rush of heat surged down my spine. Not pain, not quite pleasure, something between recognition and warning. I staggered to the sink, splashing my face with cold water. My reflection wavered in the rippled surface. Wide eyes, tight jaw. A woman trying not to look afraid of something she had asked for without knowing the price. Behind me, the air thickened again. My mother's outline? Nothing stood there. But something was there. The vines on the far shelf, the ones I kept drying for poultices, swayed, though no wind touched them. The soil in the shallow tray shifted as though something breathed beneath it. Then the world thinned. Ancestral omniscience swelled like a tide around me. Long before Mira Devon's hands learned the patience of oils and combs, long before her mother pressed wisdom into her tender scalp, the root mother was watching from beneath the world's skin. Watching, waiting, remembering. Generations passed like seasons. Names fell into the dirt, but the line did not break. A child always returned to the soil that called her. I gripped the counter, the vision unspooled through me like roots reaching for a buried river. And then, blinking hard, it was gone. I exhaled shakily. "If you want something from me," I whispered to the empty room, "say it plain." Silence, then a soft rustling, like vines brushing stone. Opened the book. My mother's recipe book lay on the work table, half hidden beneath folded linen. Its worn leather binding had darkened over years of oil, ash, and touch. The looping symbols on the inside cover always moved when I did not look directly at them, shifting like they were trying to breathe. I approached it slowly. My heart thudded a warning that felt strangely separate from myself. When I lifted the cover, the pages shivered. Actual motion. My breath hitched. The symbols on the margins rearranged themselves into a ring around a diagram of a seed, one I had never noticed before, though the page was old and yellowed. The seed pulsed, faintly glowing. A memory seed. Not sketched, not imagined, activated. I touched the edge of the page. Heat lanced through my fingertips, then sank into my palm, racing up my wrist, my arm, my shoulder. My jaw clenched as light burst behind my eyes. Not burning, not hurting. A memory forcing itself to the surface. But not my memory. A woman's hands weaving a braid thicker than my forearm. Her hum deep and steady as a heartbeat. The scent of earth after lightning. A voice murmuring, "Remember us, carry us, bury us only when the world is ready." The root mother whispered behind it all, her breath like warm soil. I collapsed into the stool, the vision settling into the roots of me, like something planting itself. My scalp tingled again, but this time there was no fear, only knowing. A braid could carry more than style. It could carry secrets, messages, memories waiting to be unlocked with the right oil. I had always thought the old women exaggerated when they said a braid was a map, but they had been speaking truth in a language I had not yet learned. The whisper deepened. "You are waking, but to bloom, you must be buried first." I swallowed. Buried how? The oiled bowl rippled, and in its reflection, for the briefest moment, I saw vines curling behind my shoulders like a cloak. But when I looked directly, nothing stood there. The root mother did not answer in words this time. She pressed a feeling into me instead, an ache low in my body, heavy as grief and promise tangled together. Something was coming, something that had waited generations to reach me. And I knew, without knowing how, that the fellowship's letter waiting on my table had not arrived by chance. I straightened slowly, wiping my damp palms on my apron. The world felt too sharp, too vivid. The plants around me leaned slightly in my direction, attentive, expectant. I breathed out. "I hear you," I whispered, and the soil beneath the floorboards hummed like approval. 2. The Bloomwright Legacy, Chapter Separator. Before Mira Devon ever touched a page of her mother's hidden notes, long before she learned to hear chemicals whispering like syllables, the root mother had already begun rooting her name through the quiet soil. Bloodline is not a straight line. It spirals, it buries, it waits, and the Bloomwright line had waited a very, very long time. The room had not changed, but I had. I could feel the difference in my skin, a subtle shifting beneath the nerves, like a warmth curling itself into new corners of my body. The workshop lantern flickered softly, its flame bowing toward the open recipe book, as though something were drawing breath from the paper. I rubbed my arms, though the night wasn't cold. Something inside me felt too close to the surface, like a bruise you aren't sure how you got, tender to even the air. The memory seed diagram still pulsed faintly on the page, but the glow had settled into a steady, watchful hum. My mother's handwriting, normally neat as pressed stitches, looked sharper now, almost carved, and the margins, those shifting, living symbols, seemed to relax as I looked at them, no longer skittering away like startled insects. They held my gaze as though they were done hiding. My throat tightened. "Mama," I whispered before I could stop myself. The room listened back. I pushed the recipe book gently aside and reached for the leather pouch tucked at the back of the drawer, the one I had never opened because Mama told me not to until I was old enough to hear properly. I had taken that literally, thinking she meant emotional readiness or adulthood or some kind of poetic patience. But now, with that whisper still coiled behind my ribs, I wondered if she meant hearing in a way no human ears were supposed to. The pouch was stiff with age, the drawstrings frayed, the leather edges cracked like dried riverbeds. When I tugged it open, a small plume of herb dust rose into the lantern light. Inside were folded scraps of paper, brittle from years of secret handling. I sat on the stool, hands trembling just enough that the papers made a faint rustling sound like dry leaves. I unfolded the first one. My mother's voice rose off the page so clearly I could almost hear her. Bloomwright vision, the sight that grows beneath sight. The world's chemistry speaks. Plants reveal their memories when the bloodline awakens. I inhaled sharply. Bloomwright. The word felt heavy, not new, not exactly forgotten either, like a name I'd heard in a dream. A deep ache opened beneath my breastbone. Mama had whispered that word once when she was feverish near the end, and I'd thought she meant Bloomwright, like some instruction about proper pruning. But seeing it written cleanly, confidently, like a title, a lineage, made something in me sit up straight. I smoothed the paper. Root speech occurs when the scalp is oiled with an activated blend, allows the body to receive botanical messages, avoid overuse, risk of soil drowning, risk of ancestral bleed, soil drowning, ancestral bleed. The words made the lantern flame shiver. I swallowed hard and reached for the next slip of paper. This one was covered in hurried notes, half-finished sentences. Memory seeds are not seeds. Not truly. They are knots in time. They carry the imprint of everything the plant has endured. A Bloomwright can unlock them. The sentence stopped mid-stroke, as if she had been interrupted. I traced the halted line with my fingertip, imagining her hand freezing over the page. Why hadn't she finished it? And why had she hidden all this from me? I unfolded another. Your grandmother said the first Bloomwright could hear sap running like breath, could feel a lie in the way a vine curled. The root mother guided her. Do not ignore the root mother if she comes. A cold tremor ran through me. The root mother. I closed my eyes. The whisper from earlier pressed softly at the edges of my mind, not speaking, just waiting, like a vine curled around a fence post, patient and full of its own intent. A sudden rustling pulled me from the papers. On the far wall, the drying bundles of herbs shifted, not subtly, not like settling. They leaned toward me, every single one. I froze. The sprigs of rosemary tilted as though listening. The lavender stems swayed in unison, not with the air, but with my breath. And worst of all, the creeping jasmine on the windowsill, normally limp and near dead in winter, lifted its wilted head. My heart knocked against my ribs. No, I whispered. Not now. The jasmine leaned further. And further still. Then the petals opened with a soft tick, releasing a scent that wrapped around my wrists and throat like warm fingers. The air thickened. My pulse stuttered. The plants weren't just moving. They were reacting to me. When fear rose, the leaves quivered. When I swallowed hard, the vines stiffened, bracing like they felt the tightness in my chest. The dried yarrow blossoms, which had been hanging upside down for weeks, suddenly flared their aroma, as if rejuvenated by something coursing through my veins. Emotion is a language. A whisper pulsed through the room, though not in words, more like a vibration beneath everything. Plants listen first to feeling. My scalp prickled. Is this Bloomwright vision? I murmured, voice shaking. As if in answer, the oil bowl on the table split. Not spilled, split. The mixture separated into 3 distinct layers, each swirling with its own color and thickness. The golden calendula rising to the top, cedar oil pooling dark at the bottom, and the clove essence swirling between like a suspended storm. I blinked hard. My brain, instead of panicking, began reading the mixture. Calendula, heat, healing, vigilance. Cedar, memory, grounding, mourning. Clove, sharpness, opening, truth. The words weren't in English. They weren't spoken. They were chemical, aromatic, as though the oils were reciting themselves to me, the way someone might introduce their name. I pressed my hands against the table. Lord, I whispered. Mama, why didn't you tell me sooner? But deep down, in the hollow part of my chest where fear curled with hunger, I knew she probably had tried. I just hadn't been able to hear her yet. She waited until your ears were ready, the root mother murmured. No gentler this time, no farther away. The voice seemed to rise through the floorboards, warm and dark and impossibly old. Bloodline blooms only when the soil inside you softens. My eyes stung. What do you want with me? To continue what was broken. The lantern flickered violently. The vines on the shelf trembled. A cold line of sweat slid down my spine. I stood abruptly, heart racing so hard, the sound filled my ears. I took 2 steps back. Then 3. The plants strained toward me, leaves stretching, petals whitening, as though scent was a form of speech I'd finally tuned into. This isn't real. I whispered. This is exhaustion, or fumes. Bore. The memory seed diagram pulsed once in the book, hard. I gasped as another vision slammed through me. A woman's hands, my ancestors, pressing a memory seed into the center of a braid, whispering a prayer that wasn't words but roots, a warning shaped like soil, a blessing shaped like burden. The vision broke. I stumbled backward into the counter, breath coming too fast. The workshop no longer felt like just a room. It felt like a living mouth, a place drawing me deeper into something I was no longer sure I could step back from. I clutched the edge of the sink. "Mama, what were you preparing me for?" No answer. Only a soft shifting of stems and dried leaves. "A Bloomwright walks two worlds," the root mother murmured from everywhere and nowhere. "The living and the buried." I couldn't breathe. "You're not supposed to be real." A faint laugh rustled through the vines. "Oh, child, I am the oldest thing that ever touched your people's hands." My legs nearly gave out. I closed the recipe book with shaking fingers. The symbols on the cover glowed faintly beneath the leather, then dimmed, like eyes closing. I backed away slowly, afraid any sudden motion might send the plants reaching for me, like a tide. When I reached the doorway, I paused, gripping the frame. The workshop exhaled. A real, physical stirring of air swept past me, warm and fragrant, and thick with something like expectation. The oil bowl settled. The herbs stilled. The jasmine drooped, as though nothing had happened. My heart hammered. My scalp tingled, and a quiet, cold truth settled low in my belly. I wasn't imagining any of this. I flicked off the lantern, but the room didn't go fully dark. A faint, green glow pulsed from beneath the floorboards, as if some buried root system had woken up and remembered my name. I closed the door softly behind me, but the whisper followed, sliding into my bones like a promise. "The legacy is opening, daughter seed, and you are already too rooted to turn back." The voice seeped through her like warm water through soil, slow, saturating, impossible to tell where it began or ended. Mira's breath hitched, and for a moment she wasn't in her kitchen at all. She was standing somewhere darker, damper, roots threading overhead like the ribs of some grand creature. She blinked, and the room returned, but her pulse hadn't slowed. Mira put both palms flat on the table to keep them from shaking. "If this is a dream," she whispered, "then let me wake up." The vines on the sill trembled, as if laughing. She swallowed hard. "If it's not, then speak plain." Not Mother's voice did not return. Instead, something subtler moved in the room, like the air itself shifted, aligning around her. Her mother's notebook lay open in front of her, the page still glowing faintly, where the sketches had rearranged themselves. They no longer formed roots or flowers. They formed lines, branching, tangled, a map she almost understood. And beneath the map, her mother's handwriting, shaky, hurried, familiar enough to squeeze her heart in a fist. Bloomwright sight emerging. Root speech follows soon after. "Prepare her gently." Her throat tightened. "Prepare who?" she whispered, though she already knew. On the page, ink pooled suddenly, as if something unseen had dipped a quill and scratched another line across the bottom. "You." Mira stumbled backward, chair legs scrapping like a scream. "No," she said, but the word came thin, papery. Mama wouldn't. She wouldn't leave messages for me without explaining why. A soft creaking sound carried from the windowsill. The climbing ivy, ordinary household ivy, had begun turning toward her. Every leaf, not toward the lamp, toward her. Her heartbeat thudded. Slowly, cautiously, she reached out. The nearest vine stretched, almost eager, and brushed her finger. A spark, cool, not hot, ran up her hand. A whisper bloomed behind her breastbone. "Fear dries the roots. Breathe, child." Mira snatched her hand back so quickly the chair behind her rattled. "Stop calling me that," she snapped, the shake in her voice making the words come out sharper than she intended. "You sound like somebody wearing my mother's voice, like a Sunday hat." Silence again. Then a low hum from beneath her feet. The planks warmed. A scent lifted, earthy, mineral, the deep smell of wet soil and buried things. She backed toward the stove, gripping its cold edge. "Plants don't talk," she whispered. "We do, when you listen," the root mother whispered back inside her skull. The voice didn't sound like her mother this time. It sounded older, heavier, like wind speaking through a hollowed trunk. Mira squeezed her eyes shut. "Why now? Why me?" a rustle answered, every dried herb hanging overhead trembling on its twine. Basil, rosemary, red clover, blessed thistle. A year's worth of quiet prayers suddenly awake and shaking. The notebook pages fluttered until stopping on a section she had never dared to read too closely. The diagrams her mother always claimed were just experiments, but kept locked beneath cloth. Memory seeds. Tiny, round illustrations. Notes written in symbols more than words, something like warnings. When Mira stepped close, the sketches undulated, resolving into something clearer. Shapes that pulsed like hearts, each connected to veins of vines. Beside them, a phrase glowed faintly. Every Bloomwright carries one seed born into their blood. Dormant until called. Dangerous when awakened unprepared. Her stomach dropped. And mine woke up yesterday. Yesterday and long before. The whisper curled through her mind like tendrils. Your mother held it back with care and craft. With fear, too. She believed she could spare you. But roots grow, Mira. Even in silence. Even in grief. She pressed the heel of her hand to her forehead. "I don't want this." Wanting changes nothing. A pause. You are already hearing us, smelling us, reading us. The world has begun turning its face toward you, daughter seed, and this time you will not close your eyes. Her breath came shallow. But what does it want me to do? No answer, not at first. Only the gentle settling of the vines, the hush of the room, the simmering pot on the stove letting off one quiet bubble. Then the notebook's ink shimmered again. Listen, learn, remember what was taken, and reclaim what sleeps beneath your name. A sudden knocking startled her so hard she nearly knocked the pot off the stove. She slapped a hand to her chest, trying to gather herself, as another knock followed, lighter, hesitant. "Mira, you in there, honey?" Mrs. Henry's voice floated through the door, soft and nosy in equal measure. Mira inhaled sharply, wiped her palms on her apron, forced her face into a practiced calm. "Coming!" She snapped the notebook closed. The vines on the sill froze, leaves flattening like they were trying to look ordinary. Mira opened the door only a crack. The older woman peered in with a kind but perceptive gaze. "You all right?" "Thought I heard something." Mrs. Henry tilted her head, sniffed. "Smells like rosemary and panic." Mira managed a weak laugh. "Just overbrewed a tincture. Nothing serious." "Mm-hmm." Mrs. Henry eyed her for a long moment, then softened. "Your mama used to get that same look, the one you got right now." Mira's pulse stuttered. "What look?" "That look like you're carrying a story too heavy for your shoulders, but too important to set down." Mira's throat tightened. "I'm fine, Mrs. Henry, truly." The older woman nodded, satisfied enough for now. "Well, I brought you some sweetbread. Eat something before you faint in here over that boiling pot." She handed over a wrapped tin and shuffled down the walkway. Mira watched her go, breath easing when she finally turned the corner. When Mira closed the door, the house felt different. Not emptier, more attentive. The notebook pulsed once on the table. Mira went to it slowly, the way one approaches a sleeping animal. She opened it. A new line had appeared across the bottom margin in trembling ink. "Ask the soil beneath your mother's resting place. Her truth waits there." Mira's hands went cold. The shovel in the shed suddenly felt too loud in her memory. Metal against earth. Her mother's grave, small and sunken, flashed behind her eyes. She backed away from the notebook. "No," she whispered. But the house answered with a soft creak, the vines on the sill leaning toward her again, gently insistent. And somewhere deep, deeper than fear, deeper than sense, something inside her leaned back. 3. The root mother stirs, chapter separator. I did not sleep, not truly. My body lay down upon the little cot in the corner, but my mind sat upright the whole night, listening to the house breathe. Every wooden beam felt awake. Every knot in the floorboards seemed to pulse. Even the jars on the shelves, lined like glass vertebrae, felt as if something inside them watched me with patient, green-smeared eyes. And underneath all of it, steady as a second heartbeat, was her, the root mother. Her voice had been a whisper before, threads sliding through the comb teeth, a hush riding on steam. Now, as the darkness stretched and the horizon paled, she pressed closer, as if leaning her entire ancient mass toward me. Daughter of the first garden. The words blossomed inside my skull, without sound, without breath. They came as warmth, as soil memory, as the scent of earth that's been waiting for a shovel to break it open. I sat up too quickly. My vision doubled, then settled. "Don't call me that," I whispered into the half-dark. "I don't know what that means." "You will." I rubbed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. But the air itself felt different, warmer, swollen, the way the sky feels before a storm breaks open. Something swelled behind my sternum. I tried to stand, but my knees wobbled. My palms tingled with a prickling warmth, like someone had poured sunlight beneath the skin. The root mother's voice unfurled again, thicker this time, full enough to fill the room. "The seed has cracked, Mira Devon. The memory inside you stirs. Do not fear the sprout." "I didn't ask for any sprout," I hissed, though fear ran a cold finger down my spine. "I didn't ask for any of this." "Neither did the first woman," the root mother murmured. Yet she opened her hands to the soil and learned what grew there. I staggered to my workstation. My brewing bowl still sat there from the night before, half finished, half cooled, its surface filmed with a thin layer of olive green oil. I should have cleaned it. I should have slept. But something in me felt magnetized to it now. The oil rippled when I got close. Not from wind, not from movement, from me. I swallowed hard. My hands were shaking. No, that's not possible. But the bowl trembled again, as if recognizing my presence, the way a baby recognizes its mother's scent. Then it happened. A dizzy wave punched through me, hot, nauseating, electric. The room lurched sideways. I grabbed the table, but my fingers slid uselessly. "Mama!" The word fell out before I knew I was reaching for it. The root mother's voice rose like vines racing up a fence. "Do not fall, Sproutling." But I was already gone. I collapsed. My cheek hit the cool wood of the floor. Darkness swallowed me whole. I woke to green. Not the green of leaves, not even the green of forest canopies or moss on stones. No, this green came from inside me, light trapped under flesh, shining through. My hands glowed. A soft, eerie luminescence bloomed beneath the skin. Veins illuminated like little rivers filled with moonlit sap. Chlorophyll. That was the only word my mind could reach for. I lifted my hands slowly, terrified they would burn when I touched each other, but they were warm, too warm, like sunlight had pooled in my palms. What are you doing to me?" My voice cracked. "Nothing that was not written in your roots," the root mother answered gently. I scrambled backward, bumping into a basket of dried lavender that spilled across the floor. The stems shimmered when they touched the green light coming from my skin, shimmered like they recognized me. "No," I whispered. This isn't right. My body isn't supposed to do this." "Your body remembers," she said. "Your blood remembers. The Bloomwright line never dies. It only waits." My breath hitched. Memory flickered behind my eyes. Not my own memory, but something older. A woman kneeling in a field at dusk, fingers deep in the earth. Another woman crushing petals between glowing palms. A girl braiding her mother's hair while roots crept at their feet, like pets. I blinked, and the visions vanished. This is impossible. This is inheritance. I stared at my hands until the glow steadied into a pulse. One beat, then another. My heartbeat was fading beneath it, replaced by something slower, deeper, an earth-tide rhythm. I stumbled back to the table and looked at the half-cooled brew from earlier. The oil separated elegantly into thin spirals, green, gold, and brown, forming a pattern I'd never seen. Except, no, that wasn't true. I had seen it in Mama's book. In the margins, she kept covered with scraps of cloth. The pattern wasn't random at all. It was a sentence. I leaned close. The glowing in my palms brightened, as though it wanted to help me read. The green lines rearranged themselves when I looked directly at them. 3 spirals meant growth. 2 gold streaks meant stability. Brown flecks meant memory. I slapped a hand over my mouth. The oil wasn't separating by accident. It was speaking. "Mama," I whispered, you knew this magic wasn't folklore. She knew she could not carry it alone," the root mother whispered. She knew her daughter would finish the work. Tears burned the corners of my eyes. Why didn't she tell me? Because some truths are seeds, Mira. They only break open when the soil is ready. I sank into the nearest chair, hands glowing, heart racing. The room felt taller, wider, like a forest was pressing in through the walls. My breath came uneven. I felt the air's chemistry the way a musician feels pitch. Its sweetness, its dryness, the faint iron of the dawn creeping in. And underneath it all, 1,000 tiny whispers, leaves rustling without wind, roots humming beneath the floorboards. And distant, so distant the sound barely existed, a heartbeat that wasn't mine. No, a root beat. "Come," the root mother said softly, her voice a vine curling around the back of my spine. "Your birthright is stirring. The first garden hears you." I squeezed my eyes shut. "I'm not ready." "You are already sprouting, daughter seed." I pressed my glowing palms flat against the table, trying to anchor myself. Everything in the room leaned toward me. The herbs, the oils, the wooden shelves, even the simmering air. The root beat pulsed again. And when I opened my eyes, I could see it. A faint green line running down the center of the room, like a buried root beneath the floorboards, calling me by name. A faint green line running down the center of the room, like a buried root beneath the floorboards, calling me by name. At first, I thought it was just another trick of the glow still lingering in my palms. I lifted my hands away, pressed them to my chest, as if hiding the light would hide what I'd seen. But the line remained. A pale seam of living green, thin as a sewing thread, yet bright enough to be unmistakable, running from the table's legs to the far wall. It pulsed, faintly, rhythmically, as if something beneath the planks breathed or waited. My throat tightened. "No," I whispered. "No, I'm done for tonight. I am. My voice pitched upward, thin as a hair pulled too tight in a braid. "I'm done." "You are not done." The root mother's voice crawled up my spine like a vine guided by instinct. "You are waking, and waking cannot be undone." The glowing seam sharpened. A sweetness rose from it, earthy, warm, the scent of wet clay after rain, the kind of smell that loosens your jaw. makes you want to sink your fingers into the dirt like you're greeting an old friend you didn't know you missed. I stepped back. The floorboard creaked behind me. My hip knocked a jar of clove oil, which clattered but didn't break. Everything felt fragile, like the room had turned to brittle bone, and I was one wrong movement away from shattering it. "No," I whispered again, as if repetition could make it true. "Not this. I'm not following anything under my floor." "You were born following it." I shut my eyes, hard, like that could stitch the world back into a reasonable shape. But beneath my eyelids, the line burned even brighter. And then it moved. Just a little. A quiver. A trembling, like something loosening itself from sleep. My breath caught. The green seam widened by a hair's width, splitting into a faint fork, like a sprouting root tip seeking direction. "Come," the root mother murmured. "The soil remembers your steps. Even the planks above it bow for you." "No," I said, but it came out soft, uncertain, because something else stirred inside me, or maybe beneath me. A tug. Not painful, not even forceful, more like the feeling of a familiar hand at the small of my back, guiding me through a crowd. I crouched, despite myself. The glow under my skin brightened again, catching the dust motes floating in the air. They shimmered like pollen. The green thread beneath the floor pulsed a second time, then a third. And before I could think myself back out of this madness, my fingers slid toward the seam. Not to touch it. I wasn't that brave. Just to hover above it. When my hand neared, the green thread flared. A jolt shot through me. Not electric, not painful, more like recognition, as if a lock had felt its matching key approach after years of waiting. Images flickered behind my eyes. A woman kneeling with her ear to the ground. A girl burying her braids in the soil, like offering roots. A hand, glowing like mine, pressing into rich black earth until the earth swallowed it like a kiss. I stumbled back, panting. What was that? My voice trembled. "Memory," the root mother murmured. "A memory seed pressed against your lineage." The glow faded slightly in my palms, settling into a steady hum beneath the skin. I rubbed my hands on my skirt out of habit, forgetting they glowed until the fabric caught the green light and shimmered like dew. "This is too much," I said. "Too fast." "Roots move slowly," she said. "Awakenings do not." The green seam beneath the floor began to retract, slipping toward the far wall like a root returning to deeper soil after testing new ground. I watched, wide-eyed, until it faded completely, but the house didn't return to normal. The shelves leaned toward me. The dried herbs swayed, though the air was still. The jars of oil trembled, surface rippling in delicate patterns, not random, but communicating. A cold realization slid into my chest. It wasn't the house that changed. It was me. I pressed my hands together, wincing when the glowing veins brightened with pressure. "Root mother," I whispered, "what's happening to me?" Her answer came with a softness that felt like a hand stroking along the crown of my head, right where Mama used to smooth my new growth curls. "You are not changing, Mira. You are remembering." My lip trembled. "Remembering what?" "What you are." I hated how my breath shuddered at those words, hated how part of me already knew she wasn't lying. I stood slowly, the air thickening around my legs like humidity in midsummer. Every herb, every leaf, every scrap of dried plant matter in the room watched me, or listened, or waited. I backed away from the table, though in truth, nothing in the room threatened me. The fear was mine, not theirs. Mine and very old, rooted deep from years of watching women in my community shrink themselves to survive. Here, in my own workshop, I found myself shrinking by instinct, but the glow in my hands disagreed. It flared, sudden, bright, painful, as if scolding my fear. And then the room responded. The bundles of thyme and sweetgrass swayed. The hanging jasmine pods twisted gently, like little lanterns waking. The jars clinked softly in their rows, tapping out faint rhythms I realized weren't random. I could read it. Not consciously, not the way I read a recipe or a ledger. It was more like reading someone's mood by the slant of their shoulders or the set of their mouth. Except here, the herbs were the ones speaking. I stepped close to a hanging bunch of mint. It leaned toward me, unmistakably. My hand lifted. The root mother's voice glided through me. Breathe. I inhaled slowly. Mint freshness hit my senses, but deeper than scent. More layered. Beneath the mint's brightness lay a thread of pain. A memory of a leaf crushed too harshly. A heat burn from where it dried unevenly last summer. It remembered. The plant remembered. And now I could feel it. The sensation punched through me so hard my knees nearly buckled. "Stop," I said, stumbling back. "Please, stop, please." The mint fell still instantly. The whole room exhaled. Even the air relaxed. The silence afterward wasn't empty. It was reverent, like the hush inside a church after someone confesses something heavy. I pressed trembling hands to my chest. What am I? The question tore out before I could swallow it. "You are Bloomwright," the root mother whispered. "Daughter of soil memory, heir to the first garden." "I'm a chemist," I snapped. "I make hair salves. I mix oils. I fix burned scalps. I don't—" My voice cracked. "I don't talk to plants." "Not talk," she corrected gently. "Listen." The glow in my hands pulsed, a slow throb like a heartbeat I didn't recognize. I squeezed my eyes shut. "I can't do this. You already are." A low knock startled me, a sharp rap at the door that scattered the quiet like birds taking flight. I froze. 3 knocks. Not rushed, not frantic, deliberate. The root mother's presence dimmed, pulling back into the bone-deep corners of me. "Go," she murmured. "See which hand seeks your threshold." My heart pounded. I wiped my glowing hands on my skirt again. Stupid, useless, panicked, trying to dim them. The glow retreated just enough to hide beneath my skin, shining faintly between my fingers, like moonlight trapped in a cage. I crept toward the door. Another knock. "Miss Devon?" A man's voice. Rough, but not unkind. Older. "You awake in there? I saw your light." My blood chilled. Light. Had the glow in my palms shone through the windows? I swallowed hard. Who is that?" "Tommy Granger," the voice answered. "The groundskeeper. Well, little Miss King's mama said you weren't up at this hour unless something was wrong." Damn. Mrs. King always watched my windows like they held the secrets of the universe. Maybe they did now. I hesitated. Behind me the herbs rustled softly, like they sensed danger. But I opened the door anyway, just a crack. Tommy Granger stood on my porch, lantern in hand. His beard was graying, his coverall smeared with dirt from tending the churchyard before dawn. His eyes narrowed at me. "You look pale," he said. "You ill, girl?" "No," I lied, voice scratchy. "Just long night." He stared. Too long. My hands twitched behind the door. I prayed the glow wouldn't flare. Tommy cleared his throat. "Well, I won't trouble you long. He shifted, lantern light wobbling. I heard the soil in the lower grove was moving. My breath caught. "Moving?" I repeated, too quickly. Tommy nodded slowly, shifting, like something waking under it. His jaw worked. "You ever hear anything strange, Miss Devon? You tell me. Soil don't move by itself." Behind me, the root mother's voice slithered. The earth stirs where a Bloomwright breathes. I forced a smile that felt thin as onion skin. I'm sure it's nothing, Tommy. Just frost thawing early. He didn't look convinced, but he tipped his hat. Well, you mind yourself. These early mornings can fool folk into seeing what ain't there. He turned and walked away, leaving me with the lantern glow fading down the path. I shut the door. I leaned my forehead against it. My hands glowed brighter, and behind me, the green seam under the floor bloomed back into sight. Thicker now, branching, like roots searching for where to break the surface. The root mother's voice curled around me like smoke. The first garden stirs, daughter seed, and it stirs because you are waking. I sank to my knees, hands shaking, tears blurring the room. What if I don't want this? I whispered. The answer came quiet, ancient, inescapable. Roots do not ask the tree if it wants to grow. The words clung to the air long after the root mother vanished, like the trailing ends of a dream refusing to dissolve. They pressed into my ears, into my blood, into the trembling spaces beneath my ribs that had not stopped aching since the first whisper slid through the comb's teeth. The room seemed too still, too quiet. The green glow had vanished, yet a faint afterimage clung to the floor in my vision, like a scar. My hands still tingled. The veins beneath my skin still carried that unnatural shimmer, buried but not gone, like embers waiting for a breath. I stood there until the kettle hissed itself dry. Only then did my knees give out, and I dropped onto the stool beside the workstation, elbows buried in the mess of dried herbs and shattered rosemary jar shards. I pressed my palms to my face, not sure if I wanted to cry or scream or pretend none of this had happened. I chose none. I just breathed. Slow, shallow, uneven. Mama, I whispered, trying to steady myself with her name. What did you hide from me? A breeze slipped through the half-open window. The curtain fluttered gently, brushing my cheek like a familiar hand. Behind it, the world outside remained stubbornly normal. Crickets chirping, wagons drifting down the distant road, a dog barking 2 houses away. Everything felt wrong simply for continuing. I pushed back from the bench and stood, though my legs shook as if the floor still swayed beneath them. I needed space, air, something not full of ghosts made of roots. The door creaked when I opened it, the wood warped from years of humidity and use. I stepped onto the back porch, bracing myself against the railing. The night air was thick with honeysuckle and river mist. I inhaled deeply, desperate to push the root mother's presence out of my lungs. It didn't leave. Behind my ribs, something pulsed. A low, living thrum. No, I whispered sharply. I didn't want her voice inside my head again. Not tonight. Not after everything I'd seen. But this time, she didn't answer. Instead, a rustle rose from the yard, first gentle, then growing. The vines that clung to the porch lattice trembled, though there was no breeze. Their leaves turned toward me like small green faces, listening, reacting. I backed up until my hip hit the doorframe. No, not you too. The vines quivered again, as if they understood, or as if something inside me called to them without my permission. I gripped the railing until my knuckles whitened. I'm not ready, I said to the plants, to the night, to myself. But the truth was clearer than the moon hanging pale above the rooftops. Ready or not, something had woken, and it was not going back to sleep. I forced myself back inside. I needed distraction, routine, something tangible. So I moved automatically, cleaning the mess I'd made earlier, sweeping rosemary fragments, capping disturbed jars, wiping stray oils from the table. My hands shook the whole time. Eventually, I returned to the bench and stared at the simmering pot. The mixture had darkened into a warm amber, thick and fragrant, perfectly salvageable. There was comfort in that, the world's smallest mercy. But when I reached for the ladle, my hand lit up, softly, only for a moment. but enough to blind me with panic. The chlorophyll glow shimmered beneath the skin, like bioluminescent veins, pulsing in rhythm with my heartbeat. I dropped the ladle, stumbling back so fast the stool toppled behind me. No, 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 stop, stop. I held my hand to my chest as if that alone could force it still. The glow faded, but it didn't leave. It waited. A terrible thought crept into my mind. What if this never stops? What if every part of my life, every bowl of hair grease, every braid I touched, every flower I crushed underfoot, reacted to this thing growing inside me? What if the root mother was still listening? What if she could always listen? A tear burned down my cheek, leaving a hot line. "Mama," I whispered again, voice cracking. "Why me?" the quiet answered. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. The room had no sense of time anymore. I cleaned until the place shone, then sat by the window, staring out at the sleepless yard. When exhaustion finally weighed down my body, I dragged myself upstairs to bed. My thoughts were storm thick, but my limbs were too heavy to keep fighting. I collapsed onto the mattress, still dressed, the sheets cool beneath my burning skin. Sleep tugged at me immediately, even as fear fought it. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw root-latticed fingers, or amber-lit eyes staring from hollows, or the ghost of green light. I must have drifted because at some point the world softened, and that's when the dream began. I stood in a field of tall grass, each blade glowing faintly from within. The sky above was a deep violet, full of swirling pollen, like stars made of dust. In the distance, massive silhouettes rose, trees older than mountains, their branches stretching wide enough to cradle whole villages. A hum vibrated through the soil, through my bones. Something beneath the surface shifted, stretching like a waking giant. I stepped forward, and the ground warmed beneath my feet. "Mira," her voice. But here it was fuller, resonant, not pushing through cracks, but blooming freely. I turned slowly. The root mother stood among the glowing grass, taller than before, her moss hair trailing across the earth like the tail of a comet. Her body pulsed with memory, images flickering beneath her bark skin. A child laughing beside a river, a woman planting a seed in winter soil, a village gathered beneath lantern trees. Each flicker snapped something inside me. Recognition, though I didn't know why. "This is not real," I said, but the words came out soft, swallowed by the field. "It is memory, and memory is older than real." Her eyes shone with that golden, sorrowful warmth. "You stand on the edge of awakening. Do not fear the growing. Fear the failing to grow." "I don't want to lose myself," I whispered. She stepped closer, her form bending gracefully like a great willow. "Then root yourself deeply, daughter seed, before others decide what you should become." The ground trembled beneath us. A low rumble echoed across the field, as if something massive turned in its sleep below. I stumbled back. "What is that?" A shadow passed over the land, a long, sweeping darkness that pulled the warmth from the air. The root mother's expression tightened. "The fellowship has found a trace of you. They are moving. You do not have long." My heart kicked hard inside my chest. What do they want with me?" "To cut out your roots before they discover what they grow into." Her voice sharpened. "Wake, child. Wake, and be ready." The field began collapsing into itself, grass shriveling, sky dimming. The root mother reached for me, but her form was pulling apart, threads unraveling, blowing like ash in wind. "Mira, wake!" I jolted upright with a gasp. Sweat clung cold to my skin. The room was dark, and on my nightstand, fresh, green, impossible, a small sprout had grown through the wood, blooming toward me. It leaned like it recognized me, like it had been waiting. The little sprout tilted toward me with an awareness that made my breath tangle in my throat. Dew glistened along its tiny leaves, though dawn hadn't come and no water had touched it. Its stem quivered once, like a creature lifting its head to scent the air. "What are you?" I whispered. The sprout answered by unfurling a third leaf. I pressed my back against the headboard. Heart pounding so fast it hurt. My nightstand, an old pine table my mother bought at a church auction, now had a crack running straight through its surface, widened just enough for the plant to emerge. It hadn't been there last night. It had grown from nothing, or from me. A soft, familiar ache blossomed behind my ribs, the same thrum I'd felt downstairs, the one threaded with the root mother's echo. The sprout trembled again, leaning farther. "No," I murmured, lifting my hands defensively. "Not more magic, not now." The sprout stilled at my voice, as though listening. I swung my legs over the bed, testing the floor with cautious toes. Nothing moved beneath me. No roots shifting under the boards. No green light leaking from my skin. Still, the house felt awake, watching. Step by careful step, I approached the nightstand. The sprout raised its leaves toward me as I reached out with trembling fingers. When I touched the edge of a leaf, warmth pulsed through it, soft, gentle, like touching the forehead of a sleeping child. And then a memory hit me. Not mine, not fully hers either. A pair of dark, weathered hands pushing seeds into wet soil, the smell of river mud, a woman humming a tune older than the language in her throat, a circle of children watching, heads bowed. The memory was distant and close all at once, blurry around the edges, sharp in pieces. The hum carried through me like a vibration. I stumbled back, gripping the bedpost. "No, please, stop." But the warmth receded on its own, the leaf falling still. The memory evaporated like breath on cold glass. I held my chest. My heartbeat struggled for its rhythm. "What does she want from me?" I whispered. The sprout did not answer, but something deeper in the house stirred at the question. Boards settling, herbs shifting in their jars downstairs, the slightest tremble of the vines outside scraping softly along the window. The root mother's presence lingered like a scent that would not disperse. Daughter seed, I flinched, but it wasn't a full voice this time, just an impression, like the weight of a thought pressing against my mind from far away. I swallowed hard and forced my breath steady. All right. If the night offered no peace, then at least the morning might. I dressed quickly, pulling my hair into a loose knot. I needed the downstairs light, the ordinary warmth of the kitchen stove, something to pull me back into myself. But when I reached the bottom step, I froze. The rosemary jar I'd swept aside last night, broken, scattered, was gone. The shards were gone. The oil stain was gone. The floorboards, scrubbed clean, gleamed as though freshly polished. My breath left me in a shudder. No, this isn't possible. The room was spotless. Every herb hung perfectly still. Every jar aligned. Even the braided bundles of lavender on the shelf seemed fuller, healthier. Something had tended to the space overnight. I backed up until the wall pressed between my shoulder blades. "You're doing this," I whispered into the quiet. "Aren't you?" The silence shifted. A feeling, not quite a sound, moved through me like a breeze under the skin. The root mother wasn't speaking, but she was listening. I pressed trembling fingers to my temples. "I don't want this," I said. "I'm not ready." A warmth brushed my spine, gentle, almost sympathetic. Almost. I clutched my arms around myself until the trembling stopped. "Fine," I whispered. "Fine. If I'm losing my mind, I might as well stay busy." I set a pot of water on the stove and lit the burner. The flame steadied something inside me. Routine was a rope I could still hold. I reached for the peppermint leaves, the same ones I'd crushed last night. Except they weren't crushed anymore. They were whole, fresh, thriving. Their edges glowed faintly in the morning light. I stared at them too long. It wasn't a dream, I said to the room. It wasn't any dream. I forced myself to work anyway. Hands moving on instinct. Grinding chamomile, measuring palmfuls of shea, stirring oils until they blended smooth. For a few precious minutes, I could almost pretend this was another ordinary morning in an ordinary life. But the moment my thoughts steadied, the whisper returned. Mira. This wasn't the distant echo. This was the full voice. Inside. Everywhere. I gasped, clutching the counter. Daughter of the first garden. No, I choked. Not again. I don't want. But the voice pushed gently, like a warm hand on my back, urging me forward. You were made for this waking. I was made to be a chemist, I snapped, sharper than intended. A healer, not whatever you are. A soft laugh, old as soil, young as sprouts. A sound with no mouth forming it. You think the two are different? My knees wobbled. Stop talking like you know me. I knew your foremothers. I know the shape of your bloom. I know the weight of your root. The room swayed. The peppermint leaves trembled on the stem. I squeezed my eyes shut. Leave me alone. Silence. Then, a sigh. Not human. Not plant. Something between. You are frightened. It is allowed. Like fear cannot prune what has already begun to grow. I shook my head violently. I don't want this power. Power is only the fruit. You are the seed. My stomach turned. I stumbled toward the table for support. Why me? For the first time, the root mother's voice softened. Truly softened. Because you hear us. Because you listened, even before you knew you were listening. Because your mother trusted you to take the next step of the path she could not finish. The breath left my lungs in a shatter. My mother. She didn't tell me any of this. She protected you, as all mothers do. Tears burned behind my eyes. So what now? I whispered. What do you want from me? A rustle moved through the room, jars trembling, herbs swaying. A loose braid of jasmine shifting, as though caught by a wind that didn't exist. You must learn to see. I don't understand. A sudden pressure bloomed under my skin, soft, warm, crawling through my veins, like liquid light. I gasped as the faint glow returned to my hands, brighter this time, threading between my knuckles. Stop, stop, I cried, trying to shake it away. The glow surged, a heartbeat, a pulse, and then the world changed. Colors sharpened. The air thickened with shapes and sounds I had never noticed. Soft humming from the rosemary, a quiet clicking from the mint, a long, low murmur from the shea butter cooling in the bowl. Every plant had a voice. Every leaf had a pulse. Every scent carried words. The room flooded with whispers. Warmth needed here. Too much light. She trembles. The root remembers. The seed awakens. I clutched my head, overwhelmed. Stop, please, please, stop. The flood slowed, not because they quieted, because I began to understand. Their voices weren't sound. They were chemistry, movement, vibrations laced with intent. The world around me was a living library, and I'd been illiterate until this very moment. The peppermint hummed anxiously. The rosemary scolded the air for last night's spill. The jasmine whispered comfort. I covered my mouth, tears gathering. Oh God, I'm hearing them. I'm hearing all of them. You read their memory, daughter seed. The root mother's voice drifted through the green haze. "This is your birthright." "No," I whispered. "Not if it means losing myself. You will lose only the parts that no longer serve your growing." That's not comforting. A gentle ripple of amusement. It was not meant to be. I glared at nothing and everything. "You're unbearable, and you are blooming. Come now, little shoot. The roots are stirring, and they stir for you." The glow faded slowly from my hands. The whispers softened. Colors dimmed back to the realm of human vision. But nothing was the same. My heartbeat felt different, like it had grown a second rhythm beneath the first, one older, steadier, aching with inherited memory. I gripped the table until my fingers hurt. "What happens now?" I whispered. The root mother's voice curled around me like a warm vine. "Now you learn, before those who seek the first garden find you." The floor beneath me trembled. A single crack slithered across the wood, thin, delicate, shaped like a root. I stared at it, pulse thundering. Who's coming?" The root mother's voice darkened, wrapped in warning. "Those who would harvest what grows inside you. Wake fully, Mira Devon. The fellowship moves closer with every breath you take." A sharp knock came at the front door. I froze. The root mother's whisper turned sharp as a thorn. "Do not answer." The knock came again, louder, followed by a man's voice. "Miss Devon, this is Elijah Pierce. I was told you're the one to speak to about an invitation." My blood ran cold. Another knock. This time a measured pound. The sprout upstairs quivered. The crack beneath my feet widened. The herbs on the wall trembled with unease. The root mother's whisper slid like wind through dark branches. "The fellowship has found your door." I stood perfectly still. The knocking continued. And somewhere in my chest, beneath all the fear, a new kind of root took hold. Thin, trembling, but certain. Whatever waited on the other side of that door would change everything. And there was no turning back now. 4 memory seed chapter separator. I don't remember moving. One breath I was staring at the small root-like sigil glowing beneath my feet, and the next I was sinking to my knees before it, palms hovering just above the floorboards. The faint green line pulsed once, slow, patient, like a heartbeat that had been sleeping for centuries, like it had been waiting. A warmth gathered beneath my fingertips, subtle at first, then rising in a slow thrum that crawled up my arms. I flinched. It wasn't painful. It felt familiar, like a childhood lullaby hummed in a language I didn't know I knew. Another pulse, another breath, and then vision. Except vision wasn't the right word. The world didn't fade. It stretched, thinned, peeled back like petals forced open by sunlight. The room around me dissolved into the suggestion of space, and inside that space, something drifted forward. A seed, small, round, amber as trapped sunset. It hovered before me, spinning slowly, each turn revealing another shimmer beneath its surface. And inside it, a tiny point of light pulsed. Once, twice, a heartbeat in a shell. I couldn't look away. The seed bobbed closer. Its glow brightened until it swallowed everything else. Floor, walls, lantern flames, breath, thought. The pulse synchronized with my own heartbeat. Or maybe mine synchronized with it. My chest tightened, not in fear, but recognition so deep it made grief rise behind my ribs. A whisper brushed my ear. "Memory is never dead, daughter seed. Only buried." The seed cracked. Light spilled out like water. And then, impact. I fell backward, gasping. The room slammed back into being, as if somebody dropped me through its ceiling. My heart hammered unevenly, and my palms stung where they'd struck the floor. "Okay," I wheezed. "Okay, that wasn't normal." The green line beneath the boards dimmed again. like it had exhaled after spending the last of its strength. But the vision's afterimage clung to my mind, bright as a sunspot. The seed, the heartbeat, the cracking glow. A memory. No, a memory seed. The term rose unbidden, shaped by instinct, older than any tale I'd been told. I pressed a trembling hand to my chest. Bloomwright's stored memories in seeds, I murmured. Not metaphor, not folklore. Literal. That seed I saw, it wasn't a symbol. It was a record, a vessel, a heartbeat wrapped in bark and time. And if my mother had been a Bloomwright, my gaze slid to the wooden trunk in the corner, the one I'd dragged from the attic yesterday. Its clasp still hung open, the lid crooked, as if the chest itself had exhaled in relief after being sealed too long. Inside were the bundles of braided lengths, false hair, preserved hair, ceremonial hair, each wrapped in waxed cloth. I hadn't dared unwrap them. Not yet, and there, nestled between the bundles, my mother's vials of braiding oil, some sealed, some half-empty, some stained on the outside like she'd handled them when her hands were trembling. My pulse quickened. Braided hairstyles protected by sacred oils, memory stored in seeds, memory carried in hair. Pieces started assembling themselves in my mind like magnets snapping together. Bloomwrights didn't just braid for beauty, they braided for record-keeping, for archiving bloodlines, for passing down more than stories. Braids were codes, oils were conduits, hair was a library. And my mother, she had been a librarian made of roots and sunlight. I rose on unsteady legs and crossed the room to the trunk. The floor creaked underfoot, like an old throat clearing itself to speak. "Okay, Mom," I whispered, kneeling beside the chest. "What were you hiding?" The vials clinked softly as I lifted the lacquered tray they were arranged in. The oils inside shimmered strangely, not like liquid, but like something suspended inside them was moving in slow patterns. The labels were faded, handwritten in my mother's looping script. I read them aloud, barely. Sunbloom resin, echo root extract, night wreath oil, crown shine, remembrance sap. I didn't know their recipes. I barely knew their names. But one vial, shorter than the rest, drew my eye. Its glass was smoky rather than clear, its surface carved with faint sigils that twined around each other like interwoven stems. The oil inside it was nearly black, and tied around its neck, a strip of golden thread. My breath hitched. She'd only used golden thread for one purpose: protective braids. Secret braids. Braids meant to last beyond grief and bone. My fingertips brushed the vial, and warmth radiated through the glass, tingling against my skin. Not heat, more like recognition, as if it remembered me. A folded scrap of paper sat beneath the vial. I lifted it carefully, afraid it might crumble, but the paper was sturdy, treated with something resinous. My mother's handwriting stared back at me. "Do not heat unless you are ready to learn what I could not say." A chill crawled down my spine. "What does that mean?" I whispered. I read the note again, and again. "Unless you are ready to learn. Unless you are ready." Ready. I wasn't ready. I knew that. But the Bloomwright sigil in the floor had recognized me, and the memory seed in the vision had pulsed with my heartbeat. And the house wasn't waiting patiently anymore. Something had already begun. I rose and moved toward the small iron brazier on the side table. Its grate was scorched from the times my mother had used it to warm oils for braiding rituals. I swallowed hard. "Okay, fine, I'm ready enough." I struck the flint. A small flame bloomed. The black oil vial grew heavier in my palm, like it held gravity itself. I set it gently above the brazier, suspended in the little metal ring meant for heating tinctures. The flame licked the bottom of the glass. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the oil shimmered. A faint click echoed from inside the vial. Then the room smelled of rain on dry earth, of crushed herbs and the sweet tang of tree sap, of warmth, of home. The oil's darkness rippled, and lines appeared across its surface. Thin, bright, writhing lines. I leaned closer. No, not lines. Roots. Threads of light twisting into patterns, then dissolving, then reforming into new ones. The glass glowed, illuminating sigils I had never seen before. Spirals, loops, latticework shapes that seemed alive. A map, not of land, not of stars. A map of instructions, of formula, of lineage. My mother's braiding oil formula was an alchemical map, one that only revealed itself through heat, one that stored secrets in chemical memory. My hands trembled. This is impossible. But was it? If Bloomwrights could encode memory in seeds, why not oils? Why not hair? Why not every intimate ritual tied to their craft? I watched the glowing patterns shift and reform, faster now, as if trying to tell a story before the chance evaporated. A voice broke through the silence of memory. My mother's voice, barely more than a whisper, but unmistakable. Mira, if you are hearing this, then the seeds have chosen you. My throat closed. The flame sputtered, as if reacting to her words. You are a daughter of the root line, of the first Bloomwrights, and they will call you back to them, as they called me. My knees nearly buckled. She had known this would happen. She had known I would come back. She had known the legacy. This house, the seed, the braids, would wake for me. The oil's glow brightened until it cast long branch-like shadows across the walls. My mother's voice grew clearer. I couldn't finish what they asked of me. But you, Mira, the roots will speak to you. They already have. They always have. Follow the memory seeds. Follow the braids. Follow the map. The oil erupted into a sharp flare of light. I stumbled back, shielding my eyes. When the glow faded, the vial's contents had settled into stillness. The ripples gone, the symbols vanished. But something else lay on the table, something I hadn't placed there. A tiny bead of amber, a seed, a real one, warm to the touch, the same color as the one from the vision. My breath caught in my throat. Mother, tears stung unexpectedly. You left me a memory seed. The seed vibrated faintly. No, not vibrated. Pulsed. It glowed once, as if agreeing. I sat back on my heels, staring at it, my heartbeat echoing its rhythm. The house creaked. Somewhere deep in the floorboards, something responded. A hum. Low, like distant chimes swaying in an unseen breeze, or like roots whispering through soil. I closed my fingers gently around the seed. It warmed instantly. And behind my eyelids, when I blinked, a corridor of braided hair stretched endlessly through darkness, each strand carrying flickers of memories, faces, names, places blooming and dying, generations woven together, a library of lived lives. A whisper passed through the strands. Daughter seed, there is more buried beneath the bark of your blood. Follow the roots, follow the braids. The legacy is open. I jolted awake, or forward, or back. It was hard to tell. The room steadied around me, and the seed in my hand pulsed one last time. Outside, the wind shifted. The house settled. The legacy breathed. And I knew. This was only the first seed. There were others, hidden in braids, in oils, in the house itself. My mother had braided a map inside every ritual, every oil, every strand she'd touched before she died. And she had left it for me to find. Okay, I whispered into the quiet. Then I'll follow. The seed warmed again, as if approving. I rose, wiped my face, and set the seed gently into the center of my palm. Memory seeds, I said softly. And braid-coated memories. That's what you left me. That's what I'm supposed to uncover. The green line beneath the floor pulsed, once, and a door I hadn't noticed before, thin, blending into the paneling beside the hearth, clicked open. A narrow space waited beyond, dark as soil before dawn. My pulse quickened. Another memory, I whispered, or another map, another seed, another piece of her. There was only one way to know. I stepped toward the door, seed in hand, the warm glow lighting my fingers. The legacy opened wider, and I walked inside. A narrow passage swallowed the light from the room behind me, shrinking it down to a thin golden bar that cut across the floor. The air changed the moment I crossed the threshold. Cooler, denser, tinged with the faint scent of damp earth and crushed herbs. It felt like stepping into the hollow of an ancient tree, or the breath of soil that had been waiting centuries to be disturbed. The walls weren't stone or wood, but something between them, a smooth surface with faint grooves like growth rings. When I ran my fingertips along them, the grooves warmed beneath my touch, pulsing faintly in time with the seed still cupped in my palm. A heartbeat. Not mine. Not entirely. The passage sloped downward. Not sharply, but enough that my steps carried me deeper, farther away from the familiar, and into something else. Something older. Secret. Rooted, the seed's glow brightened with each step, illuminating the tunnel in amber light. Specks of dust drifted through the air like pollen. I inhaled again, then expanded into a small chamber. The ceiling rose, ribbed with arching lines that met at a single point overhead, shifting and coiling in slow, deliberate patterns, like they were writing something, or remembering something, or waiting. The seed warmed suddenly, vibrating faintly in my hand. "You want me to, what? Plant you?" I whispered. The seed pulsed once. I exhaled a shaky laugh. "So that's a yes." I stepped carefully into the chamber and knelt beside the basin. The soil radiated faint warmth, like breath against my skin. When I touched the edge of the basin, the roots beneath the surface responded instantly, pressing upward as though greeting me. The seed brightened. Okay. This was happening. I positioned it above the basin. Here goes nothing. I lowered it into the soil. The moment it touched earth, the chamber inhaled. I felt it. A rush of wind without wind. A pressure shift. A breath the house hadn't taken in decades. Then the seed sank, gently, deliberately, pulled downward by the living roots winding below. The soil closed over it, like a pair of soft lips sealing a secret. Light burst upward in a thin column, casting amber shadows across the chamber. And then, voices. Soft at first, braided together, rising like wind through tall grass. Not distinct words, but impressions, emotions, glimmers of people long gone, their breaths stored in the seed now bleeding into soil. Warmth flowed across my palms and up my arms, into my chest, my throat, my jaw. I sucked in a breath as something brushed the edges of my mind. My mother's laughter at the back of her throat as she braided my hair when I was 5, telling me the strands were pathways for memories to find home. An older woman's hands weaving a braid thick with silver and gold threads, murmuring to someone younger, "Don't let them unbraid your past, child. Protect your roots, even when the world tries to prune you." Someone shouting in a windstorm, "We hide the seeds until the tree is ready, until the daughter seed awakens." A gasp tore from my lips. The chamber dimmed. The visions receded into soft hums. The soil settled. The seed had been accepted. My knees shook. I braced myself against the basin's rim. What am I unlocking?" I whispered. The roots beneath the soil rearranged themselves, and words formed in the blowing lines under the surface. Letters older than the languages I knew, but somehow comprehensible to me. Bloomwright script. The first root is memory. The second root is truth. The third root is the seed you will find above. Above? I blinked up at the ceiling of the chamber. A seam split open along the ribbed arch overhead, releasing a small bundle wrapped in dark green cloth. It fell gently, more drift than drop, landing in my open hands as if placed there. The cloth was embroidered with sigils I recognized from my mother's ritual journal. Braid-coated markers denoting preservation, secrecy, legacy. My breath trembled as I unwrapped it. Inside was a braid. Not a loose one, a preserved one. Dark brown hair, interwoven with copper strands. My mother's hair, unmistakably. Thick, heavy, still oiled, still fragrant, still whole. A memory braid. My throat tightened painfully. Oh, Mom, you left a whole braid. She had cut this off intentionally. Not from sickness, not from grief, from purpose. Memory braids weren't symbolic. They were functional. A preserved braid was a storage vessel, just like a seed, but woven from lived experiences, braided deliberately to encode emotion, history, warnings, instructions. And this one? Warmth radiated from it, like a sleeping heartbeat. I brought it closer. The strands vibrated faintly. As soon as my fingertips brushed the copper-threaded section, my vision tilted. The chamber dissolved. Darkness. Then light. And then I was standing in my childhood kitchen. Except no, not standing, watching. Everything looked soaked in gold, like late afternoon sun lived inside every corner of the house. My mother stood at the counter, her back to me, braiding her hair with deliberate motions. I took a step closer. No sound, no breath, only memory. She reached for a vial of braiding oil, one I recognized now as the same black oil vial I had heated earlier. She dabbed it between her palms, rubbed it into her fingers, wove it into the braid. Her mouth moved. No sound came out, but the braid copper section in my hands warmed. Words filtered in like water through soil. Mira, there are things you must understand. Our craft is not simply art. It is archive. It is bloodline. It is survival. Another strand warmed. They will come for the seeds, but they will not understand the braids. Only Bloomwright daughters can read them. Only you can read this one. A tremor ran through me. The kitchen around her trembled. Her hands shook as she tied the end of the braid. I could not bury the truth in the garden. They searched it too many times. So I hid the truth where only a daughter seed could retrieve it. She turned, her eyes meeting mine across time. And this time I heard her voice clearly. Find the other braids, Mira. They are scattered, hidden, guarded, and you are the only one left who can awaken them. I flinched. The memory shattered like glass hit by a stone. The chamber reformed. My breath came in ragged pulls. Oh God, I whispered. She wasn't just leaving me something. She was hiding something, protecting something. The braid in my hand vibrated again, urging me. More memories waited. I cupped it gently, and another strand glowed. This time, I braced myself. The world blinked, and I stood in a field at dusk, my mother much younger, sitting cross-legged, surrounded by open seed pods that glittered like amber tears. Her hair was unbraided, wild around her shoulders. She whispered to the seeds, words I couldn't fully hear, then placed each one gently into jars lined with dried petals. Memory is a garden, her voice echoed. You plant what you want the future to remember. The field dissolved. I jolted back into the chamber. Sweat dampened my temples. The braid pulsed, but softer now. It was tiring. Or maybe I was. How many memories? How much did you hide in here? No answer, only warmth. I wrapped the braid gently and tied the cloth closed again, hands trembling. The chamber brightened slightly, roots reconfiguring, acknowledging the braid's retrieval. A panel on the far wall eased open with a soft hiss. A staircase lay behind it, wooden, spiral, leading upward. The third root is the seed above, I murmured. So I have to go up. Not back the way I came. Upward, to another room, another secret memory, another piece she hid. The seed beneath the soil vibrated in faint farewell. I whispered, "I'll be back." The roots pulsed softly. I understood now that it meant acknowledgement. I stepped through the wall opening onto the staircase. Up, I climbed, braid bundle tucked gently against my chest. The climb felt longer than the size of the house should have allowed. As though this place, this legacy, didn't obey normal architectural rules. When I finally emerged into the upper room, I gasped. This wasn't an attic. This wasn't any part of the house I'd known. The space felt grown. A circular chamber with walls of interwoven branches, pale and smooth, like bonewood. Lantern-like bulbs hung from the ceiling, glowing soft amber. The floor was covered in a woven mat of dried reeds and root fibers. In the center stood a pedestal grown from a single thick trunk, and resting on its top, cradled like a precious relic, a hair comb, but not an ordinary comb. Its teeth were carved from mother of pearl, shining softly. The spine was etched with Bloomwright sigils, and woven between the teeth, immobilized by strands of preserved braiding oil, was another seed. Smaller than the one I planted, but brighter, a living memory seed. My breath caught. Another one. The seed pulsed, and the comb trembled as if acknowledging me. I reached out slowly. "You're part of the map." The glow intensified. When my fingers touched the comb's spine, the room pulsed bright, and a voice, my mother's but stronger, urgent, filled the chamber. "Mira, if you have come this far, then you must understand. Someone was hunting the Bloomwrights. Someone wanted what we could remember, what we could preserve, what we could braid." My stomach dropped. They wanted the seeds. They wanted the truth buried in them. And I, her voice shook, I hid the truth inside you. Cold spread across my skin. Inside me? No, that couldn't. The seed in the comb flashed once. A vision slammed into me. My mother braiding my childhood hair, humming softly, weaving something glowing into the roots of my long braid. Something she hid beneath layers and layers of strands. Something she deposited into me before she died. When the vision vanished, I staggered. "Oh God," I whispered, backing up a step. You put a memory in me, a seed. You braided something into me, into my hair when I was just a kid." The comb glowed brighter, as though confirming. My mother's voice returned, soft as a final confession. "Your lineage is the last, and what I hid in you may be the only root that survives." I clutched the braid bundle tighter against my chest. "What did you hide in me, Mom?" The comb dimmed. Silence settled. The chamber exhaled. Only one thing was clear. The legacy had only just begun unraveling, and I wasn't just meant to uncover it. I was woven into it. The last sentence trembled out of me. "I have to find the rest of the braids." And the walls pulsed, roots responding, welcoming, urging. Yes, they seemed to whisper. "Find them. Unlock them. Grow." The words shivered through the chamber, not as sound, but as vibration, like a plucked string humming inside my bones. The roots along the walls flickered with faint green light, then dimmed again, as if they had spoken their piece and now retreated into watchful silence. I stood there, one hand on the glowing comb, the other clutching my mother's preserved braid. A sudden heaviness settled on my shoulders, not a burden, but a weight of inheritance. It reminded me of how it felt when my mother used to place her hands on my head before school, smoothing my hair, whispering prayers. Except now, The hands belonged to something older, deeper, and it wasn't whispering prayers. It was whispering purpose. I exhaled slowly. All right, I murmured to the comb, to the room, to the roots, listening beneath everything. I'll grow. The light inside the seed braided into the comb steadied, as though holding its breath with me. I scanned the chamber again. Nothing else moved. No new door opened. No staircase unfolded from the walls. Not all clues would be revealed at once, then. Bloomwright magic never handed you the whole path. It gave you a root tip, and you followed where it burrowed. I tucked the preserved braids safely into my pocket and lifted the comb from its pedestal. It was slightly heavier than it looked. Like the memories woven into it carried physical weight. A pulse thrummed along its spine, a heartbeat slow and steady. You're coming with me. The room did not argue. With deliberate care, I approached the spiral staircase I'd climbed up. It looked steeper now, the shadows beneath each step deeper, almost pulsing. The whole house felt different, more awake, more aware. I wondered if my mother had ever stood in this room, if she'd ever touched this comb, or if she left it here for me intentionally, knowing she would never return to guide me herself. I'm not doing this alone, I whispered, though I wasn't sure if the reassurance was meant for me or the lingering echo of her magic. The staircase creaked as I descended. The house vibrated with a faint hum, like distant bees, or a chant carried up through soil. Halfway down, the air warmed. The walls seemed to close in, not threateningly, but protectively. My foot reached the last step. I stepped into the hallway and froze. The lights flickered, only for a moment. But the flicker wasn't electrical. It felt biological, like a plant shuddering its leaves, adjusting to new sunlight. Something inside the house adjusted to the shift inside me. The comb pulsed in my hand. Easy, I whispered. We're going slow, one memory at a time. The hallway exhaled, the shadows releasing their tension. I moved toward my workshop door, each step deliberate, listening to the floorboards breathe beneath me. The wood felt different, warmer, more alive. When I reached the doorway, the handle warmed to my touch. The door swung open without a sound. The workshop glowed faintly green, not overwhelmingly so, just a sheen, as if the plants were whispering among themselves about what had awakened. Leaves turned toward me. Glass jars shimmered faintly. The mortar and pestle on the table gave a soft tremor, as though eager to be used again. But the air was alive. My breath hitched. I stepped into the room. Immediately, the vines hanging above my herb drying station rustled gently, although no wind moved them. A pot of basil near the window tilted toward me, leaves quivering with something like recognition. Even the scalp honey salve, simmering low on my stove, rippled, its surface fracturing into delicate leaf-shaped patterns. I'm still me, I whispered, voice shaking. I'm just more me than before. The room seemed to agree. I placed the comb gently onto my work table, then unwrapped the preserved braid and laid it beside it. The two relics pulsed faintly in tandem, two halves of a memory map, waiting to be read. What else did you hide, Mama? I whispered. And how many braids are out there? The braid warmed in answer. A slow pulse, then another. I understood immediately. More than one, more than two, a series, a whole archive hidden in hair across places I had not yet seen. A trail, I said, breath trembling. You left me a living trail. The basil leaves trembled in excitement. But another pulse moved through the house. Different, deeper, colder. The root mother's voice, not fully formed, not speaking words, but sending an impression. The trail is dangerous. Roots remember not only life, but what tried to kill it. Be careful, daughter seed. A chill spread across my spine. Dangerous how? I whispered. The house did not answer. Instead, the lights swayed slightly, like something brushed them. A draft moved through the room. Not cold, but cautious. Watchful. Whatever hunted my mother was still out there. And it might already know I had awakened. I placed my hand over the braid and the comb. All right, I whispered, voice steadying. Then I'll be ready. The workshop brightened, as if approving. The soil in the small planter pot by the window cracked faintly, and a tiny sprout pushed up through the surface, reaching toward me. A new seed, a new beginning, a new memory waiting to be grown. I exhaled shakily. Tomorrow, I told the plants. Tomorrow we begin. And the house hummed softly in agreement. 5. The Voice Beneath the Marsh, Chapter Separator. The marsh was not supposed to whisper. It lay at the far rim of the settlement, like a myth someone forgot to finish. Half water, half mist, and wholly avoided. Children were warned not to wander near it. Elders crossed themselves with murmured charms when its night fog drifted too close. And even the caravans that skirted its edge did so with their wheels groaning in hurried rhythm, as if the marsh itself might grip the spokes and pull them under. But I had no choice. The rare ingredient my mother once used, the heartspine petal, pale as bone and shaped like a frozen flutter, grew only where the ground never fully decided whether it was solid or sinking. And if I wanted answers about the seed vision, about the braids that pulsed with memory, about why my mother had infused my very childhood with living glyphs and coated oils, then I needed that petal. So before dawn, with the fog still coiled low like sleeping serpents, I stepped beyond the last dry patch of earth and into the marsh's slow-breathing world. My boots sank at once. The mud clung to me like something that recognized its own and wanted me back. Reeds swayed without wind. Water gnats flickered like embers from an unseen fire. Every step made a sound too soft from my weight, like something else was carrying me. I pushed deeper. The marsh smelled of wet bark, sweet rot, and something faintly metallic, as if a buried forge once lived beneath all this green. Thin vines brushed my calves, then withdrew quickly, the way fingers retreat when they realize they've reached out unbidden. Heart spine, I murmured to myself. Just find the heart spine and leave before you start hearing things. But I already was. A low hum, faint at first, like a flute swallowed by distance, then curling into tones that tugged behind my ribs. Not quite a song, not quite a voice, more like a root humming its own hunger. I shook my head, forcing my breath steady. The marsh echoes through the reed chambers, I told myself. Just tricks of sound. I'd heard that explanation 100 times from elders who refused to admit fear could sculpt their lives so sharply. But then the sound sharpened, threading through the fog, sliding beneath my skin, as if the marsh had discovered a frequency perfectly shaped for me. Mira. I froze. The mud tightened around my ankles, as though bracing me. I turned slowly, half convinced someone had followed me, half praying it wasn't something else. But there was only the fog, the water, the breathing quiet, and the voice, close, low, almost tender. Come closer. No, I whispered. No, you're nothing. A trick of the reeds. But the reeds didn't answer in words. The marsh did. A patch of ground beneath me gave way with a wet crack. My legs plunged downward. Mud surged to my knees, and before I could wrench free, the entire shelf of earth collapsed beneath my weight. I fell, not fast, more like being inhaled. The marsh swallowed me with slow intention. Earth giving way to hollow space, mud slipping past me like a second skin. Then there was nothing beneath my feet, nothing beside me but darkness and the soft rush of falling through damp air. And then, light. I hit soft ground, my palms sinking into moss that blushed faintly at my touch. My breath caught. I was in a vast underground chamber, so wide the far walls dissolved into shadow, so tall the ceiling shimmered with roots hung like chandeliers. Each root glowed with a soft bioluminescent pulse, a steady heartbeat illuminating the space in waves of gentle gold and green. An entire hidden biome breathed around me. Not a cavern, not a crypt, a garden. The first garden, I realized, as the stories whispered by grandmothers curled awake in my memory. The one said to exist beneath the world's first wound, where the root mother shaped the earliest Bloomwrights from marrow, mud, and breath. A myth older than any recorded glyph. But it was real, and it was awake. Moss parted in a slow ripple, revealing a narrow path lit by root light. Tiny specks, like drifting seeds, floated up toward the ceiling, glowing brighter when they passed near me. I stood slowly, wiping mud from my arms. Where am I? The chamber shifted, a low tremor moving through the moss like laughter. Home. The voice came not from the air, but from the ground itself, from the roots, from the living architecture of the place. And when I turned, I saw her. The vine moved first, thick, ancient, bound with bark like layered armor, then the rest of her uncoiled, a mass of braided roots twisting into limbs, shoulders, a torso shaped like a woman grown from earth rather than born of it. Her hair was a cascade of flowering tendrils, draped like sacred braids, pulsing faintly with the same rhythmic glow as the roots above. The root mother's vine form towered over me, yet her presence didn't crush, it enveloped. Like fertile soil around a seed, her voice vibrated through the ground, through my bones. Mira Ashiru, you carry the memory oils of your line, you hold the seed site. You are marked. My heart kicked hard. Marked by what? I don't understand. The root mother leaned forward, her form creaking softly, like an old tree bending towards sunlight. By me, by what sleeps in your braids, by what your mother hid from those who would have taken you. My mother. My throat tightened. You knew her? The vine woman nodded slowly. A single flower bloomed along her shoulder as she spoke. She descended into the marsh once, just as you did. She left carrying a secret, and she left knowing you would return to claim it. Heat pricked behind my eyes. What secret? Why me? The root mother's limbs unfurled, each motion precise, ancient. Because you are a Bloomwright of the old blood, one able to awaken what the world has forgotten, one able to hear what grows beneath silence. She touched the tip of a vine to my forearm. Light flared beneath my skin, soft green gold, running along the faint scars my mother's braiding threads had once pressed into me during childhood rituals I'd never understood. The mark glowed like an opening eye. I gasped, staggering back. What did you do? I reminded you, a slow smile cracked her bark. The seed was always there, I only woke it. The chamber brightened, every root responding to my pulse. The entire first garden seemed to breathe with me. What do you want from me? My voice trembled, though I fought to steady it. The root mother stepped closer. Seeds spiraled upward, around us in a gentle cyclone. To prepare you, her vines brushed the moss, sending ripples of light across the chamber floor. The world above is changing, and memory oils will stir. Old wars will seek new soil, and you, Mira, will be the one to braid the forgotten back into being. My stomach tightened with a mix of awe and dread. I don't know how to do any of that. You will. The root mother's hand, rooted and gentle, touched my cheek. Because you were grown for it, and now you will rise to it. The light intensified, seeds drifting toward me like tiny suns. Accept the mark, Mira. Accept the garden's choosing. The air thickened with shimmering pollen. Warm, sweet, alive. My breath hitched as power wound through me like a root finding its way home. And though fear pulsed like a second heartbeat, something deeper, older, rose inside me, unfurling like a seed, finally cracking open. The chamber waited, silent and impossibly alive. I accept. The root mother's form glowed brighter, vines blossoming in cascading waves. Then rise, Bloomwright. The world has been waiting for you. The first garden trembled, not in warning, but in welcome. And for the first time, I felt it. Not just the seed within me, but the roots stretching beyond this hidden chamber, reaching toward the future I had never meant to inherit, yet one that was already growing toward me. The thought rose through my mind like a breath I did not take, as if the marsh itself exhaled it into my ribs. I stayed frozen, balanced between two worlds, the wet, trembling surface of the marsh above and the ancient, breathing soil below. Watching the tendril continue its slow, patient ascent, it curled with purpose, like a finger beckoning me closer, like it had been waiting under this earth for more years than anyone in Gallows Parish knew how to count. I should have run. That would have been the normal thing to do, the safe thing. But the whisper in my skull, the one that had been threading itself through my thoughts for days now, rose like a soft chorus. Daughter seed, down, down where the old roots remember. My breath shuddered. The tendril reached the lip of the crater I had fallen through. Then another root slid forward behind it, and another, weaving themselves into a braided shape, a kind of ladder or beckoning hand. They didn't grab me, didn't snatch, didn't pull. They simply waited, like they trusted I would know what to do. And Lord help me, I did. I reached out a shaking hand and touched the nearest tendril. It was warm, warm like skin, warm like scalp after oiling, warm like the back of my mother's hand when she used to tilt my head forward and press a kiss into the crown. The moment I touched it, something shifted under my feet. The marsh floor, so soft a moment ago, gave way entirely. The earth crumbled like rotted cotton, and the roots caught me, lowering me not gently, but not cruelly either, like a midwife guiding a child through a narrow passage. I slid downward in a shower of damp soil. My lantern thudded in my grip, but didn't go out, though the flame fluttered hard, as if the air itself reeled back from what lay beneath. My boots hit a surface that wasn't mud. It was firm, old, knotted, root-bound, like stepping onto the thick, tangled base of a tree that had never known sunlight. I stumbled forward into a cavern of impossible green. At first, all I could do was blink, breath caught, throat tight, because the air smelled alive. Not woodsy or floral or swampy. Alive, breathing, sweating, remembering. The lantern's glow threw long, trembling shadows across a space that wasn't a cave, wasn't a forest, wasn't anything that fit the language I'd grown up with. It was like standing inside the rib cage of an ancient, living thing. Lord. The word slipped out low, reverent, without meaning to be. Towering walls of tangled roots curved upward and outward like cathedral arches. Moss hung in sheets, shimmering faintly with some kind of bioluminescent pulse. Vines draped like veils, shifting gently even though no wind reached this place. Pools of water reflected the light, but the reflections moved before the surface rippled, like memories gliding across glass. This was no marsh. This was no accident of earth. This was something older, something tended, something grown for a purpose. The first garden. I didn't know the name until it rose in me like recollection. Like I had studied it all my life and only forgotten in the way children forget dreams at dawn. The first garden. The place the root mother whispered about in half sounds. The place the symbols in mother's notebook pointed toward. The place where Bloomwrights began. The place that waited. Daughter seed. The voice came from everywhere at once. It slid down the vines like sap, rose from the damp earth in a hum, echoed in my ribs like my own bones had learned to speak. I turned slowly, the lantern trembling in my grip. That was when I saw her, or it, or both. The root mother. She was not a shape the mind could hold in one look. The first thing I saw was her height, tall enough that her crown brushed the curving root arches overhead. Then I saw the face, a strange, imperfect carving of features suggested by knotted bark and twisting vines. Eyes hollow, but luminous. Lips shaped from curling leaves. Cheekbones etched in green veining like maps. Her limbs were braided roots, each strand moving independently as if breathing. Her torso was a latticework of vines, filled with amber sap that glowed faintly from within. And her hair, Lord, her hair was a waterfall of moss and braided tendrils. Some adorned with dried seed pods, others with small flowers that bloomed and wilted in seconds. She looked like every story passed down from women who whispered of soil magic and whispered knowledge. She looked like every nightmare told to keep children from wandering too far into the woods. She looked like something that was never meant to be seen by living eyes. She looked like me, daughter seed, she murmured again, and though her face didn't move, the sound pushed straight through the inside of my skull. I couldn't breathe, couldn't step back, couldn't do anything but stare. You're real, I whispered. It was foolish. Of course she was real. Standing there in front of me, in all her impossible, terrible beauty. But the words were all I had. She tilted her head, vines shifting softly, like hair caught in an unseen breeze. Real is the root, the blood memory, the remembered seed. Her voice moved inside my chest, in my marrow, in the tiny spaces between my heartbeats. You heard me long before you came here. I swallowed hard. My throat clicked loud in the quiet. I heard something, I whispered. Didn't know it was you. A soft rustle traveled down her limbs, like she was laughing without sound. You knew. Your body knew. Your mother not knew. Your bloodline grew toward me long before you were planted. Planted, I repeated, shaking. You speak like I'm some kind of crop. Her luminous hollows sharpened. All Bloomwrights are, tended, rooted, called. She took a step toward me. The ground trembled softly beneath her. I didn't move, though I felt I should have. The lantern flickered wildly. You opened the seed, she whispered. You followed the scent of knowledge. You came when the marsh called you home. I didn't come here on purpose, I said. though even as I said it, I felt the lie in it. I had been drawn, pulled, guided. Her head tilted again, slow, deliberate. Every plant grows toward the light it needs, even before it knows why. I shut my eyes for a breath. The air in here was thick, warm, like breath from a living creature. When I opened my eyes again, she was closer, close enough for me to see the fine veins running through her bark skin. They pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. She lifted one arm. A vine unwound from her wrist, snaking forward until it hovered just inches from my cheek. Daughter seed, you are waking. The soil knows you. The garden remembers your name. What name? I whispered. My name is Mira. Mira Devon. A slow ripple traveled down her form. A shiver. The name spoken by living mouths is not the name etched into your roots. She leaned closer, if such a thing as leaning could be said of something not quite bound by human motion. Daughter of the first garden, child of the remembered soil, bearer of what was lost. She paused. Bloomwright of the old line. My heart stuttered. No, I breathed. My mama was the healer. Your mother carried the seed. You are the one who opened it. No, I whispered again, but it came out weak, childish. She raised her vine hand. The end of it curled like a fingertip. It hovered over my sternum. And then something beneath my skin reacted. A glow, soft, green, pulsing, blossomed through the fabric of my dress, right over my heart. I gasped. What is that? The seed memory awakened. The root mother whispered. The legacy rooting through your blood. You feel it now? Yes? The pulse of plant memory? The hum beneath your bones? I did. God help me, I did. It was like my heartbeat was no longer entirely human, like another rhythm echoed beneath it. A slow, ancient thrum. I shook my head. Why are you showing me this? Why now? Her vine hand brushed my chest, and the glow flared, sending warmth through me sharp as lightning, soft as breath. Because the world above grows too loud. Because the fellowship listens. Because they seek to uproot what should never be uprooted. The Meridian Fellowship. I hadn't thought of them since the day they sent that letter, stamped with a too clean seal and promising opportunity. But now, hearing it from her, something cold slid down my spine. What do they want with me? The root mother's luminous eyes dimmed. Not with you, with what grows inside you, with what your line tended and mine remembered. She traced a line across the air. Vines on the walls trembled in response. They smell the old power waking. They hunger for it. They do not understand it cannot be possessed by those who do not bleed its memory. I swallowed. And you think I belong here? You do not belong above. The words came so suddenly, with such certainty, that I flinched. The surface world forgets itself. The garden remembers. And you remember too. I don't, I snapped, voice sharp with something I didn't recognize. I don't remember anything. A beat, a soft hum. Not yet. Then she extended her vine hand again, this time toward my braids. The ends of them, still stiff with the last of my homemade oil, shivered. You coded your first memory without knowing. The oil awakened the braid language within you. My breath caught. Braid language? Yes, she whispered. The old way, the hidden way. Seeds woven into hair. Truth woven into coils. Maps painted in oil along the scalp. You wear memory on your crown even now. I lifted a hand instinctively to my braids, touching the thick plaits behind my ear, the ones I had woven hurriedly before leaving the house. They pulsed faintly beneath my fingers. I jerked my hand back. What's happening to me? The root mother extended both arms. vines unfurled like wings, spanning the cavern. You are returning to yourself. The ground beneath me shifted. Roots rose, entwining my ankles without touching, as if preparing to lift me or anchor me, or both. Panic surged up my throat. No, stop. Do not fear the soil that made you. I'm not made of soil. Everything living is, she murmured. Then the earth beneath me hummed, deep, resonant, like a memory older than language. The glow in my chest spread down my arms, lighting the veins beneath my skin like green rivers. I cried out, not from pain, but from overwhelming sensation, like a door inside me had been shoved open. The cavern brightened, vines illuminated, water shimmered gold. The root mother stepped closer, her presence filling everything. Bloomwright, she whispered, voice soft as moss. You are marked. Marked for what? To grow. My knees buckled. Roots caught me before I hit the ground. The lantern slipped from my grip and landed softly on a cushion of moss, flame steady. I tried to breathe, but the air shuddered around me, vibrating with power. My vision blurred. The root mother loomed above, vast, impossible. Wake, daughter seed. Her voice slid through my blood. Wake unto the garden that remembers you. Then everything went dark. Not like fainting, not like sleep, but like roots curling gently around the mind, pulling it inward. And somewhere in the blackness, something pulsed. A seed, a memory, waiting, growing. And I knew the root mother was not finished with me yet. 6. The first price, chapter separator. I woke to warmth humming along my spine. A slow, syrup-thick pull of breath finding its way back into my lungs. For a long moment, I didn't open my eyes. The world felt like it was still growing around me, rearranging itself, waiting for me to rise into whatever shape I had become. Earth's breath moved against my cheek, rich, loamy, warm. Not marsh air, not the clinging damp of Gallows Parish mornings. This was older, root heat, soil memory. The root mother's presence thrummed faintly through the cavern like a song sung by something with no mouth. I opened my eyes. I was lying on a bed of moss so soft it molded to me like warm hands. Bioluminescent light washed the space in blue-green glow. The root mother still towered where I last remembered her. Vines draped like ceremonial cloth around her limbs, amber sap pulsing through her as steady as a heartbeat. She turned her face toward me, not with human curiosity, but with recognition. You return, daughter seed. Her voice thrummed inside the bones of my jaw. I pushed myself upright, breath still shaky, limb muscles trembling like newborn stalks. How long was I out? Her vines rustled. Time bends in the first garden. You slept while you grew. Grew? My hand flew to my chest. The glow was gone, but beneath my skin something still pulsed. Quieter now, as if hiding its strength. What did you do to me? I lifted the veil from your senses, the root mother murmured. Bloomwrights are meant to hear what grows, to listen to what remembers, to speak to what roots itself and waits. Speak to plants. She lowered her enormous head, and vines along her arms shifted like raised eyebrows. Plants have spoken to you since birth. You are only now learning how to listen. My mouth opened, but before I could speak, a faint sound brushed the edge of my hearing. A ripple, a sigh, a whisper shaped without air. I froze. What was that? The root mother extended one long arm. A vine slithered across the cavern floor toward a cluster of pale ferns, their fronds curled tight like fists at their sides. The vine tapped one gently. Listen. I held my breath. A tremor ran through the fern. Then, cold, a faint voice whispered, not in my ears, but behind them, through them, inside the soft interior of my skull. Cold, cold, cold. I jerked backward, falling onto my elbows. Lord, what? The sound cut off. The fern trembled once more, then went still. Root mother, I whispered, throat dry. I heard it. That wasn't in my head. That was real. The root sense awakens, she murmured. Your first true Bloomwright gift. My heart hammered. I didn't ask for it. Your bloodline did. I stared at her, anger rising despite my fear. What does that even mean? I didn't choose this. She did not move, did not flinch. The seed in you has already sprouted, Mira Devon. A sprout does not debate becoming a tree. Her certainty terrified me. I pushed myself fully upright. Gift or not, you can't just give me abilities without asking. A gift is never given without a price. The cavern dimmed, shadows crawling over the moss. My stomach tightened. What price? The root mother lifted her hand again. A soft pulse of green illuminated the cavern. Check your remembering. My heart went still. What do you mean? Reach for something your mother taught you. Something simple. Something treasured. My throat closed. I didn't want to. But her gaze, those hollow glowing eyes, held me in place. Slowly, I reached into the corner of my mind where I stored the pieces of my childhood. Mama's hands guiding mine, the smell of her salves, the warmth of her breath on the crown of my head as she braided my hair. Find something, the root mother whispered. My breath trembled. All right. I would reach for the memory of Mama's cedarwood scalp oil recipe. My favorite. The one she taught me when I was barely 13. My hands still clumsy. My voice catching every time she praised me. Cedarwood bark, boiled low. 2 sprigs of rosemary crushed, not cut. Add them only at half steam. 3 drops of... I froze. The 3rd step was gone. Blank. A hollow space where a memory should be. I squeezed my eyes shut, panic rising. 3 drops of... nothing. Only a cold gap. Mama's recipe, I whispered. I can't remember it. Gone. Lost. A piece of Mama, taken. My breath shuddered. What did you do? What was owed? The root mother replied. Not cruel, not sad, simply true. Each opening requires a closing. Each awakening a price. You gained the root sense. You lost a piece of the old remembering. Why? My voice cracked. Why take that? Because power must be tended as carefully as any garden. If I allowed your mind to grow unchecked, it would tear itself apart like vines crowding a single root bed. Too much knowing suffocates the tender new senses. I shook my head hard. How is that supposed to comfort me? You took something of hers, something of mine. A vine brushed my cheek, gentle as breath. You have not lost her. Memory shifts, changes shape. Roots reroot when paths close. What you have forgotten in shape, you will remember in understanding. Understanding doesn't smell like cedar bark, I snapped. Doesn't feel like her hands on mine. The root mother's tall form bent until she was eye level with me. Her vine hair draped around my shoulders like a cloak. You are not the first Bloomwright to grieve the cost. You will not be the last. No, I whispered, voice trembling. You don't get to decide what I lose. The garden decides. I'm not a garden. You are soil. You are seed. You are inheritance. Her voice softened, threading through me like roots finding the cracks in stone. You must choose what grows. You said I didn't choose. You choose how to grow, she corrected, not whether. My anger flickered, then dimmed. I pressed a hand to my temple. The cavern air felt heavier now, thick, with expectation. Root Mother, am I going to lose more? Yes. No hesitation, no softening, just truth delivered like a knife. My breath shook. How much? As much as you seek. A pause. A rustle like distant storms moving through leaves. Or as little as you fear. I wrapped my arms around myself. Can I stop it? You can stop growing. That's not an answer. It is the only answer. I stood slowly, legs trembling. The moss shifted under my feet, adjusting to my weight like something alive. If every gift takes something from me, I whispered, how am I supposed to know it's worth it? The Root Mother straightened to her full towering height, vines cascading behind her like a train. Because the world above will demand something of you regardless. Better to choose your price than to be harvested by others. The Meridian Fellowship, the memory of their letter, flickered in my mind like a cold candle. They want this, I whispered. They want Bloomwright magic. They want power with no understanding, knowledge with no rooting. They want to tear the first garden from the soil and wear its memory like a mask. Her voice trembled the cavern walls. You must grow stronger than their hunger. I stared at her, anger fading into something quieter, something heavier. If I keep accepting gifts, will I lose all of her? All of Mama? Memories are seeds, the Root Mother murmured. Even the ones that fall can sprout again in new seasons. Nothing truly lost remains barren. You're saying I'll remember differently. Yes, and if I don't want that, then remain as you are, daughter seed. Half-rooted, half-heard. I swallowed. My pulse beat slow, heavy, like roots pushing through wet soil. Show me, I whispered. Show me what this new sense can do. A slow pulse of pride, or something like it, rolled through the Root Mother's form. Very well. She extended her arm. The vines along her body brightened, casting the cavern in a brighter glow. Listen now. At first I heard nothing. Just the soft hum of the cavern's breath. The faint drip of water. My own heartbeat, too loud. Then, a ripple. Not sound. Not exactly. A stirring in the space behind my ears. Thirst, something whispered. I turned sharply. A cluster of moss hung limp along one wall. Its green dulled. The whisper came again. Thirst. The drip is too far, light too dim, leaves heavy. My breath caught. It's talking. It is remembering its need, the Root Mother corrected. Plants do not think in words. Your mind provides the language. Another voice brushed my senses, older, deeper. I spun toward the tall column of roots at the cavern's center. Long, long waiting. Keeper returns. My knees buckled. Lord. The Root Mother stepped closer. Do not fear the chorus. You are only hearing the surface of what grows. It's too much, I whispered. It's so loud. Because you have not learned to tend the noise. All senses must be pruned. My breath shook again. Root Mother, how do I make it stop? With discipline. Her vine hand touched my shoulder. Instantly, the whispers dimmed. Not fully gone, just quieter, like a door had been shut between us. I exhaled, relief crashing through me. You will practice. You will learn what to hear and what to silence. And the price? Every opening takes a closing. Do not reach for a new gift until you are ready to pay its cost. I nodded slowly. My hands shook, but my voice steadied. What else can Bloomwrights do? The Root Mother's eyes glowed softly. Much. Too much for your roots as they are now. Tell me, you are not ready. Root mother, grow into readiness. Her presence pressed gently against my mind. Leave the first garden for now. Fear bolted through me. You're sending me back? Already? The surface must be watched. The fellowship moves. They smell change in the air. They smell you. A shudder traveled down my spine. But what if they find this place? They cannot reach the first garden unless a Bloomwright opens the way. And what if they force one too? Her silence was heavy, final. Then bloom wisely, daughter seed. Choose each opening with care. Grow with purpose. She touched my temple with the tip of a vine. The world spun, once, twice, like a seed caught in wind. And then the cavern dissolved into darkness, brimming with green light. I felt myself lifted, carried, returned. The last thing I heard was her voice, low and certain. Remember the price. Each gift takes root in what it replaces. Then the soil gave way beneath me, and I rose toward the surface, glowing veins dimming, heart full of something I was no longer sure I wanted. And behind me, the first garden breathed, waiting. I felt it gather itself like a creature, drawing air into lungs it no longer had. And for one trembling moment, I thought the whole place might collapse inward. But instead, the air grew warm, almost feverish, and a hum threaded through the roots beneath my feet, pricking up my skin like static before a storm. The root mother's vines curled slowly, not threatening, but expectant, like a hand held palm up to a child. I didn't want to step closer, but my body dipped forward anyway, drawn by a tide older than my own blood. Daughter seed, she murmured, the sound vibrating more than echoing, as if each syllable burrowed through the bark of every living thing around us. This is the first gift, the one that will open all others. A vine brushed the side of my ankle, not a strike, a question. I swallowed hard. What does it do? It lets you hear, she whispered, truly hear. And then the vines wrapped around my wrist, gently, impossibly gently, and a pulse of warmth shot up my arm, blooming in the hollow of my shoulder, spreading across my chest like sap rising through a trunk at spring's first thaw. My breath caught. My vision flickered. Something cracked under my ribs, not painfully, but with the shattering suddenness of a seed coat splitting. And then, sound. Not sound, meaning. The moss beside my foot sighed, its tiny fibers stretching with drowsy pleasure at the warmth of the air. The hanging flowers observed me, curious, whispering to each other about the new root that walked upright. Even the soil spoke in slow, grinding syllables that felt like the turning of the world under its own weight. I staggered. The voices swelled, every plant, every root, every leaf layered over the next, until they formed a chorus, a crush, an avalanche of life speaking at once. Stop, I gasped, clutching my head as if I could press the flood back into the earth. It's too much. Stop. The root mother's vines tightened fractionally, then loosened. Silence fell, like a dropped curtain. No, silence wasn't the right word. Control. As if the world had dimmed its sound, so I could bear it without breaking. Root sense, she said. The hearing of the hidden world. A Bloomwright's birthright. But every root that listens must give something of itself. She tilted her vine-woven head. You understand the price. My stomach twisted. I understood, more than I wanted to. Still, I whispered, what did it take? Not what you fear most. Not yet. The reassurance wasn't comforting. It was a warning wearing soft clothing. She released my wrist. I felt the gift settle within me like a new organ, something tender, new grown, still forming. Go, she said. Grow into it. Return when the seed in your mind swells again. And just like that, the air shifted. The moss parted beneath my feet. A path opened back toward the place I'd fallen through. The first garden felt watchful, evaluating, approving, but with the patient expectation of a gardener, waiting to see if a plant will take root or shrivel. I didn't breathe until I crawled back up into the marsh air, the light blinding after the green glow below. I wiped mud from my palms, steadied my breath, and limped toward home. The whispers of the marsh followed me, faint but unavoidable. Threads of meaning I could now decipher. The cypress trees grumbled about shifting waters. A patch of reeds fretted about the coming storm. Even the small yellow marsh flowers cooed softly at my passing, wishing me warmth. I made it into town without collapsing, though my head felt full, not with pain, but with too many doors open at once. I pushed into my workshop, shaking. The quiet inside should have been a comfort. Instead, it felt like the pause between heartbeats. I placed my tools back where they belonged, more from habit than intention, and reached automatically for my mother's recipe ledger. I wanted the comfort of it, the grounding of its handwriting, but as my fingers brushed the edge of the thick brown cover, something inside me faltered. There was a recipe I always turned to first: marsh mint scalp milk. My mother had taught it to me by heart, the first formula she put in my hands before she trusted me with heat or chemicals or tools. I flipped to the page, looked down, and froze. The instructions were unfamiliar. Not strange, just not mine. I read the words once, twice, waiting for recognition, but they stared back blank and distant, like someone else's handwriting in a book I'd borrowed. I waited for the memory to swell up in me, to warm me like it always had, my mother leaning over me, showing me how to crush the mint, how to warm the milk without curdling it, how to stir in the camphor root until it turned the right shade of pale green. Nothing. My breath hitched. No, I whispered. I tried again, harder, dragging the memory up by force. My mother's hands, her voice, her scent. Nothing. A hollow space opened in me, too clean, too smooth, like something had been scooped out with a careful spoon. The truth landed slow and heavy. It had taken it. The root mother's gift had eaten it. My heart hammered. I clutched the counter as if it could anchor me to the moment. Take something else, I whispered to the air. Not that. Not her. The plants in the room rustled softly, startled by my distress. A vine hanging from a drying rack reached toward me, offering calm. But the world felt tilted now, wrong at its edges. I slid to the floor, back against the cabinet, breathing through the ache spreading through my chest. A memory gone, not blurred, not dimmed, erased. The first recipe my mother ever taught me, gone, like it had never happened. The root mother's voice brushed the inside of my skull, soft as petals pressed between pages. Every bloom requires soil, daughter seed, and soil is made from what has died. You said the price wouldn't be what I feared most, I said through clenched teeth. Not yet, she repeated gently, but you must learn the nature of growth. I pressed my forehead to my knees until the world steadied. The gift hummed beneath my skin, alive, restless, powerful, and the space where the memory had been, throbbingly with equal force, an emptiness I could feel but not fill. I had crossed a threshold inside the first garden, and there was no crossing back, not anymore. 7. The invitation, chapter separator. The morning after the memory disappeared, the world felt slightly misaligned, as if someone had nudged the horizon without telling the sky. I woke with the taste of mint on my tongue, but no memory of where it came from. A phantom flavor from a recipe I could no longer call by name. For a long moment I lay still, hoping the quiet of dawn would coax something back. An image, a scent, even a fragment. Nothing rose, only the steady hum beneath my ribs, the new root scents whispering the thoughts of the houseplants beside my bed, as if they were gossiping over my grief. I forced myself to stand. Work waited for no heartbreak, not even the kind carved into you by ancient vines with soft voices. I washed, dressed, and braided my hair in a tight utilitarian plait, each motion mechanical. The braid felt heavier than usual, as if the memory of my mother's hands lingered in the strands, even if the memory in my mind did not. Downstairs, sunlight warmed the workshop in a patchwork through the shutters. My bottles gleamed on their shelves, neatly arranged by shade and use. The order steadied me. I reached for my ledger, intent on distracting myself with whatever tasks needed attending, when someone pounded on the front door, hard enough to rattle the hinges. I stiffened. Folks in town didn't knock like that unless trouble followed close behind. I wiped my palms on my apron and opened the door. A man in a crisp gray traveling coat stood on my porch, straight-backed and smiling the kind of formal smile that warned me it was trained, not genuine. He held a large envelope sealed with green wax stamped in a symbol I had never seen before. An intricate loop of interlocking arcs, almost like braided vines. "Miss Mira Devon?" he asked. "Yes." He tipped his hat. "Courier for the Meridian Fellowship. I've been instructed to deliver this directly into your hands." I stared. "The who?" "The Meridian Fellowship," he repeated, as if it should have meant something. "Founded in 1784. Research Institute. Innovation Guild. Patrons of chemical and natural sciences." His smile widened a fraction. "And admirers of your work, apparently." My heartbeat stumbled. No one outside this county even knew my name, much less my formulas. I worked for neighbors, for folks who couldn't afford the city chemists, for mothers who needed something soothing for their daughters' scalps, for men whose hairlines burned raw under lye-heavy pomades from the general store. My craft wasn't prestigious. It was community. "Are you sure you have the right person?" I asked. He lifted the envelope meaningfully. "Your name is written plainly, twice." Then, as if sensing the question forming in my head, he added, "And yes, the fellowship is selective. They don't reach out without intent." He tipped his hat again. "Good day, Miss Devon." Before I could ask another question, he stepped off my porch and disappeared down the road as if swallowed by the sunlight. I shut the door slowly, the envelope growing heavier in my hand by the second. The wax seal shimmered faintly when it caught the light. Something about the braided vine symbol tugged at my memory. Not a full recollection, just a pressure in my mind, like something behind a locked door knocking to be let out. I broke the seal. The letter inside smelled faintly of pressed flowers. "To Miss Mira Devon, your advancements in natural chemical craft have come to the attention of the Meridian Fellowship. We cordially extend an invitation to our Southern Division headquarters for a private tour, consultation, and potential fellowship candidacy. Your extraction methods, stabilizing emulsions, and preservation techniques demonstrate a rare intuition with organic materials, a talent we believe could benefit from further cultivation. Enclosed, directions, admission token, and date of arrival. We look forward to meeting you." Signed in slanted ink, Dr. Ariston Vale, Chair of Botanical Sciences. A shiver crawled down my arms. Rare intuition with organic materials. They wrote it like they knew. like they had seen what happened to me in the marsh, or what my mother had hidden, or the way plants now whispered meanings into my bloodstream. But the part that made my stomach twist was the symbol at the letter's bottom, the braided arcs that looped and crossed with impossible symmetry. I had seen it before, not on paper, not in town, in my mother's recipe ledger, not printed, not drawn under the ink. I grabbed the ledger and flipped frantically through pages. Nothing at first, just formulas, notes, careful handwriting. Then, when I angled the book just right, letting the sunlight graze the surface, faint lines appeared, like veins beneath skin. A hidden mark, the same braided vine symbol. My breath caught. How long had it been there? Had my mother drawn it? Or worse, had it been waiting for me to gain the sight to perceive it? Why would you mark this? I whispered to the ledger as though it might answer. The plants around the workshop rustled, uneasy. They didn't know, or they wouldn't say. I refolded the letter with trembling hands. A private tour, a consultation, potential candidacy. Words that looked golden on paper but darkened under suspicion. Still, something in me leaned toward it. Maybe the part of me that wanted answers. Maybe the part that feared what the root mother had taken and wondered what else she might demand. Maybe the part that had lost a memory and needed to know whether I was unraveling or evolving. The admission token clinked softly when it slid from the envelope onto the counter. A small, engraved metal disc etched with the same symbol. When I touched it, warmth seeped into my skin. A hum accompanied it. Not from the disc, from the plants. Every leaf in the workshop tilted toward it, like a compass needle. I jerked my hand back. The leaves slowly relaxed, folding into themselves as if embarrassed. The fellowship had plant-conscious tech. That much was clear. Their token echoed with living resonance. Their symbol hid under my mother's ink. Their courier had walked as if the sun cleared his steps for him. And their interest in me was no accident. I turned the token over slowly. My reflection warped in its surface. The hum faded, quiet but present, like a heartbeat behind a wall. People in town mistrusted anything that came in envelopes with wax seals. They said institutions like the Fellowship didn't come to help people like us. They came to study, to take, to observe like we were curious plants under glass. But they also said opportunity rarely knocked twice. A pulse fluttered in my palm. The token warmed again. An invitation, yes, but also a summons. I set the token on the counter and stepped back. What am I walking into? I whispered. Root Mother's voice did not answer, but the ledger pages stirred, like breath moving between them. And the symbol beneath the ink gleamed faintly, watching. I spent the rest of the morning pretending I wasn't watching the token from the corner of my eye. It sat on the counter like a dropped coin someone dared me to touch, humming faintly whenever I turned away, as though it called out more boldly when ignored. I busied myself with bottling a fresh batch of peppermint scalp lotion, measuring out drops, corking each glass vial with careful force. But the rhythm of my work couldn't steady the unease curling tight beneath my ribs. The token made the plants restless. Every so often, a leaf trembled without draft. A pot shifted a single inch across the table. A vine curled toward me like it wanted my attention. They weren't speaking, nothing as clear as words or impressions, but they were anticipating something. Root sense pulsed faintly in my palms. If I touched the token again, I knew it would pulse louder. I wasn't ready for louder. By midday, sunlight flooded the room so fully that every bottle glimmered like a line of stained glass windows. Heat pooled on the back of my neck, and still I found myself turning toward the envelope, reading the words again as if they might rearrange themselves into something less ominous. Your extraction methods, stabilizing emulsions, and preservation techniques demonstrate a rare intuition with organic materials. Rare intuition. No one praised intuition around here. Intuition got women in trouble. Book learning was respected. Intuition was feared. It meant you knew things you weren't supposed to know, saw things you weren't supposed to see. And now an institution was courting that intuition. I caught my reflection in a glass bottle. Wide eyes, brows drawn tight. Braid falling over my shoulder like a question mark. I imagined myself arriving at some great brick building. White-coated men taking my hands, tilting my face toward the light, scribbling notes as if I were a discovery rather than a woman. The idea made my stomach twist. Another idea, smaller but sharper, whispered, "What if they have answers? Answers about the root mother, about my mother, about the symbols hidden under the ink, about the marsh and the garden beneath it, about the gifts I'd never asked for, gifts that took and took and took." I hated that the second idea pulled harder. By late afternoon, the air felt too thick to breathe. I needed movement, noise, distraction, something to drown out the hum of the token and the whisper of leaves. I stripped off my apron, hung it on its hook, and stepped outside. The street shimmered with heat, wagon wheels creaking slow over packed dirt. Children shrieked laughter from a shaded corner where they played a chalk-hop game. A preacher's wife stood on her porch, beating dust from a rug. The smell of fried catfish and hot oil drifted from Miss Laverne's kitchen 3 doors down. Normal life. Life that had nothing to do with glowing seeds, or vine-wrapped visions, or institutions with hidden symbols. I walked toward the center of town, letting the sun and noise press against my skin until the panic eased. Mr. Isaacs, the barber, tipped his hat as I passed. "Morning, Miss Mira. Heard you whipped up another mint wash. My customer's been asking again." "You send them to me," I called back with a smile that felt stretched thin. "I've got plenty." "Good to hear it." Distantly, I wondered what he'd say if he knew one memory had vanished from my mind. Cleanly sliced away like a braid cut at the root. Wondered if he'd still trust my hands near his customers' scalps. The thought made me fold my arms tight across my stomach. At the general store, I bought 2 jars and a length of cotton wick. When I stepped outside again, the sun had dipped low, casting long shadows from the storefronts. The world looked different, taller, narrower, like I'd shifted sideways into a version of town that didn't fit right. Because of the letter waiting on my counter, because of the token humming, because part of me, small but undeniable, wanted to go. On my way home, Miss June Butler called out from her porch, "Baby girl, you look troubled. Something wrong?" Her voice made something in my chest soften. Miss June had known my mother, had held my hands at the funeral, had braided my hair on Sundays when grief made my fingers clumsy. I stepped closer. "Just a long day. You sure? You look like you got a shadow sitting behind your eyes." I swallowed. Something came in the mail. She raised one brow. "Good something or bad something?" "I don't know yet." "Well?" She patted the porch rail beside her. "Sometimes a thing don't show its teeth till you get close enough. Don't let fear be the one deciding whether you look." I exhaled slowly. Miss June always had a way of seeing straight through to the truth. "Thank you," I said, and meant it. She nodded once, satisfied. "You come by if you need anything." The walk home felt shorter after that, though my pulse quickened again the moment I stepped into my workshop. The token gleamed on the counter exactly where I'd left it, but now the plants were angled toward it in a way that made the room look frozen, mid-breath, waiting again. I closed the door behind me. "All right," I whispered. "Enough staring." I picked up the token. Heat rushed through my hand, gentle but startling, like a warm breath. The hum deepened into a low vibration that traveled up my wrist, settling somewhere near my collarbone. I almost dropped it, but something held me steady. Root scents flickered, For a moment, I saw the world not with my eyes, but with some inner sight that tasted light and listened to color. The plants in my workshop appeared as threads of green thought, braided together into a web of quiet murmurs. They weren't speaking so much as thinking or dreaming, and all of them were dreaming in the direction of the token. A sharp tingling filled the back of my neck. Not pain, not quite. More like a tug, a signal. Root Mother had not spoken since the marsh, but something in the air whispered her implication. Go. The letter said they wanted to cultivate my intuition. The token said they already knew too much. The symbol said they'd been waiting for me long before I ever knew they existed. And my mother's ledger, the most damning of all, carried their mark beneath its ink. A soft tremor traveled through my braid, as though a memory seed within it shifted in response. I touched the plait lightly. My fingers brushed over the oil I'd used that morning, the same formula I'd brewed in Chapter 4, the one that revealed hidden ink and whispered ancestral maps. The braid felt thicker today, weighted with more than hair. Did she know? I whispered to the braid. Did Mama know what this symbol meant? No answer came, but the braid warmed under my palm. The token pulsed once. A direction flashed behind my eyes. An image of a path through the pine woods west of town. A narrow road I'd never walked, bending toward a ridge of red clay hills. I gasped and nearly stumbled. The sight vanished as quickly as it came. They hadn't written directions, because they expected me to feel them. I set the token down, breath shaking. Root Mother, I whispered finally. If you know something, you better tell me. Should I go? Silence held the room. Then the faintest whisper beneath it, so soft, I almost mistook it for my own heartbeat. A root grows where it must. Not an answer, a warning, or both. That night, sleep came only in fragments. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw the spiral symbol beneath my mother's ink, the fellowship letter. The green-veined memory seeds beating like tiny hearts. I saw a building rising out of mist. White stone, sharp windows, gleaming like a tooth. And behind it, a shadow of vines. When dawn finally rose, pale and gray, I sat up with the certainty of someone who'd already decided, long before she knew she had. I was going. Not because I trusted them, not because I wanted to be studied or marveled at, but because something in my bloodline had been threaded toward this moment generations before I was born. Something my mother knew, something the root mother hinted, something the plants felt. I needed answers. I needed the truth. And the Meridian Fellowship, whatever it truly was, had been watching long enough. If they wanted me to come, I would come. The first garden stirred. Mira felt it first as a pressure, not painful, not even intrusive, but aware. A quiet glance from something ancient, as if an unseen pupil narrowed in the dark water below her boots. She froze, breath caught, the letter still half open in her hands, while the last threads of sunset clung to the reed tops like soft gold filaments. The air changed. Not colder, denser, thicker with intention. The marsh grass shivered in a directionless ripple, bowing, rising, bowing again. Mira swallowed, pulse stumbling, because it wasn't the wind guiding the movement. It was coordination, recognition, as though every blade, root, and water-slicked stem were shifting to face her. A thought brushed the edge of her mind, feather-light but unmistakably deliberate. Found you. She staggered back a step, heart hammering, as she scanned the still surface of the water. Nothing broke it. No footsteps, no wildlife, not even the croak of a dusk frog. The marsh had fallen silent in a single breath. Her fingers tightened around the fellowship letter, crinkling the elegant seal. Her mother's recipe book flashed in her memory. The strange diagrams, the impossible symbols she never understood. Symbols now printed, with chilling familiarity, across the parchment in her grasp. "Why now?" she whispered. "Why all at once?" The marsh did not answer with words, but the feeling deepened, a slow swirl spiraling upward through mud and root and buried time. The first garden was not simply stirring, it was listening. And for the first time, since discovering her Bloomwright gift, Mira sensed the full shape of the path opening before her. Not gentle, not safe, but carved by something older than her bloodline. Something calling her back. Something that already knew her name. 8. The Meridian Institute, Chapter Separator. The train hissed to a stop before Mira was fully ready to step off. The Meridian Institute rose across the horizon like a living city, half laboratory, half dream. Its domed greenhouses pulsing with soft, bioluminescent veins that ran through the glass like drifting constellations. The entry causeway alone stretched nearly a quarter-mile, flanked by towers of spiraling ivy that grew in mathematically perfect helixes. Each leaf shimmering with impossible amethyst light. Mira stepped down onto the platform, gripping her satchel, breath fogging in the cool, herb-scented air. It didn't smell like any train station she had been to. It smelled awake. A hiss of recognition brushed the edges of her hearing the moment her foot hit the institute grounds. The plants, thousands of them, tens of thousands. Their whispers overlapped in a shimmering chorus only she could hear. Soft, fragmented, confused. Here. She's here. Root Mother's touch. One of us. No, one of them. Mira winced. Her new root sense was still raw, too sensitive, like a nerve exposed to air. She pressed a palm discreetly to her temple and kept walking. The main doors parted before she reached them, petals of reinforced glass unfurling outward like a mechanical blossom. Once inside, the temperature shifted again, warming suddenly as the scent of damp soil and citrus burst around her. The central atrium stretched upward for 6 stories, each level a ring of terraced gardens, suspended by what looked like braided vines, but hummed with hidden machinery beneath their living surfaces. Scientists in white coats and moss-green badges moved along the pathways like a current, but Mira could feel the moment their attention snapped toward her. It wasn't subtle. Eyes followed her not with curiosity, but with recognition. Expectation. Calculation. She swallowed hard. Her footsteps echoed faintly on the polished stone. Stone that wasn't stone at all, she realized upon a second glance. The floor was a densely compressed root lattice, petrified and polished until it gleamed like marble. It thrummed ever so slightly beneath her soles, a pulse matching no rhythm known to the human world. A woman approached her with a smile that was perfectly friendly and perfectly unreadable. "Mira Kale?" she asked. Yes, the word left Mira's mouth with a dryness she hadn't expected. "I'm Director Celine Arcoris," the woman said, offering her hand. Her grip was cool, papery, as though she spent more time with plants than with people. "We've been expecting you. The fellowship was impressed with your botanical catalysis studies." The mention of her work should have thrilled her, but Mira could feel the air shift again, lightly, almost imperceptibly, as though the plants surrounding them had bristled at the name. Catalyst bender. Memory taker. She carries the price. Mira stiffened. Director Arcoris didn't notice, or pretended not to. "Come," she said. "There is much of the Institute to show you." They walked down a long corridor flanked by transparent walls. Inside each greenhouse, plants bloomed in colors that should not exist outside fever dreams. Sapphire vines curling around glowing white fruit, feathery silver ferns, dripping with dew that refracted light like prisms, and at least one towering stalk, crowned with petals that seemed to float independently of gravity. Mira slowed as the root sense sharpened, slicing through her composure like cold lightning. The plants were not whispering anymore. They were screaming, softly but unmistakably, warped at the edges with pain, terror, distortion. Too bright, too loud, turned wrong. Not how we grow, not how we breathe, not how we are meant to be. Mira's steps faltered. Director Arcturus glanced back. Is something wrong? Mira forced herself to straighten. No, just overwhelmed. It's beautiful here. A smile flickered on the director's lips. Beauty is a byproduct of progress. You'll find that our research aims at nothing less than reshaping the future of phytological sciences. As they moved deeper into the wing, Mira noticed the scientists again. Their looks followed her like shadows, hushed conversations pausing, notes hidden behind clipboards, glances traded like coded signals. She tried not to meet their gazes, but every time she looked away, she felt it again, that sense of being observed, measured, dissected from afar. She told herself it was nerves, but the plants disagreed. Not safe. Not safe. She shouldn't be here. She was called elsewhere. Roots, remember. Roots resist. Mira hugged her arms around herself, tension coiling in her stomach. They reached an elevator that rose through the greenhouse tower, its walls made of living vinework, shaped around a metal frame. Inside, the air vibrated faintly with the presence of the Institute's botanical network. As the elevator ascended through each floor of luminous foliage, Mira caught the echo of another plant voice, familiar, gentle, like moss brushing her mind. No, not moss. Root mother? The echo faded before she could grasp it. The elevator opened into a hallway lined with sealed laboratory doors, each one marked with a symbol. Mira froze, her blood iced. They were the same sigils from her mother's recipe book, swirling glyphs that shouldn't appear in any scientific documentation, shapes her mother called heritage marks, passed down from a lineage Mira had always assumed was metaphorical. Folk mysticism from a family that clung to forgotten traditions. Her mother had never been a scientist. So why were those symbols here? Director Arcturus moved ahead without pausing, her voice smooth and practiced. This is our cognitive phytology wing. You'll be working closely with Dr. Venn and Dr. Larkspur, our specialists in botanical consciousness mapping. Mira blinked. Consciousness mapping? Oh yes, Arcturus replied lightly. Plants are far more communicative than conventional academia ever allowed themselves to consider. The Meridian Institute has listened, and they have begun to answer. A shudder ran through Mira, not from fear, but from the sudden realization that the screams she'd heard were not anomalies. They were warnings. She followed the director down the hall, through another set of petals as doors, and into a lab bathed in green-blue glow. Bioluminescent vines crawled along the ceiling in orderly spirals, connecting machines to living specimens in ways Mira had no vocabulary for. This was not botany. This was symbiosis forced into architecture. A young scientist looked up from a microscope as they entered, adjusting his glasses with a hand that trembled slightly before he caught himself. Director Arcturus, he said, and this must be Mira Kale. His eyes were wide, too wide. Dr. Larkspur, Arcturus said, our newest inductee. Dr. Larkspur offered a smile that lasted only a fraction of a second before morphing into something more analytical. You're earlier than predicted. Predicted? Mira echoed. Arcturus spoke smoothly. We model for many variables. Precisions fluctuate. Nothing to worry about. But Mira felt a cold thread unwind in her spine. They weren't surprised she was here. They were surprised at when she arrived. Dr. Larkspur stepped aside to reveal a containment vessel at the center of the room, a suspended pod of woven root fibers pulsing softly like a heartbeat. Inside it, a plant she had never seen and never wished to see, twisted in unnatural patterns, its red-gold tendrils writhing ever so slightly as though reacting to her presence. The screaming intensified, piercing her skull. Help, help, take us back to the dark. Too much light, too much metal, too much cutting. Mira staggered, one hand flying to her mouth. Director Arcturus observed her with unsettling calm. Fascinating reaction. The sensitivity manifests earlier than projected. Dr. Larkspur, record this. Her connection is stronger than her mother's. Mira froze. My mother? Arcturus blinked once. Ah, you didn't know. The world contracted. The air thickened. The screams fell suddenly silent. Director Arcturus stepped closer, her voice softening into something almost compassionate. Welcome to the Meridian Institute, Mira. There is a reason you were invited. A reason your work drew our attention. And a reason you hear what the rest of us can only measure. Arcturus' eyes gleamed with a knowledge Mira should never have let herself long for. You are not the first Kale to walk these halls. Mira's skin prickled. And you, the director whispered, will not be the last. Plants rustled in a single unified shiver. Run. But Mira couldn't move. Not yet. She felt the floor breathe beneath her. The petrified roots shifting almost imperceptibly. Beneath the lab's humming machines, the vines overhead stirred as though sensing her rising panic. Their bioluminescent glow dimming into a wary bruised blue shade. Something ancient threaded through the air. A warning older than language. Director Arcturus clasped her hands behind her back. Posture composed, eyes sharp with interest. The plant inside the pod pulsed once, a sickly beat that rattled her bones. No, 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 don't let them. Don't let them inside again. Its thoughts were scattered, torn, unraveling as though sliced apart and stitched in the wrong order. Mira's breath hitched. She could feel its pain as vividly as her own heartbeat. His fingers hovered over a sequence of softly glowing sigils that looked more like ancient script than digital interface. Running resonance mapping sequence now, she gasped. Arcturus sighed lightly, as though Mira were a promising but stubborn student. If you allow sentimentality to obstruct data, you will never learn the real purpose of this institute. A low vibration trembled through the room. The plant wasn't the only thing reacting. All around them, vines along the ceiling twitched in synchrony. Too synchronized, as though they were part of a network with a single mind. Lights flickered. A metallic tang filled the air, sharp enough to sting the back of Mira's throat. Director Arcturus didn't notice. Dr. Larkspur definitely did. His hands shook as he adjusted a dial. Director, its resonance is destabilizing. The mapping may be too intense. Nonsense, Arcturus said. It's simply responding to her presence. We predicted as much. Another pulse surged through the pod, this one stronger, violent, rippling through the vines connected to the machinery. They recoiled like nerves struck by lightning. She hears us. She hears the old roots. She carries the mark. Don't let them bind her too. The last word disintegrated into static. Mira's throat tightened. Her hands curled into fists, so tight her nails dug half-moons into her palms. Turn it off, she said. Arcturus smiled without warmth. If you wish to understand your inheritance, Mira, you cannot flinch from what it demands. Now, observe. The pod throbbed again. The plant screamed again, and Mira snapped. She lunged forward, grabbing Dr. Larkspur's wrist before he could press the next sigil. I said, "Turn it off." The young scientist startled, looking between her and our chorus, torn. "Director?" Our chorus's voice sharpened. "Continue, Dr. Larkspur." The vines above them twisted. The floor trembled. The plant's agony crescendoed. And something inside Mira, something rooted deep in her chest, something that was not entirely human anymore, unfurled like a burned seed catching rain. The world went quiet. Not silent, quiet. A layered stillness fell over the lab, as though every plant within the building had suddenly exhaled. The vines stopped moving. The pod's glow flickered. Dr. Larkspur froze, eyes wide. Our chorus's expression shifted. Not fear, not anger, but a flicker of triumph. "There it is," she whispered. "The Kale resonance. You really are her daughter." Mira's pulse thundered in her ears. "Her? Who?" "Your mother," our chorus said, taking a slow step toward her. "One of the most gifted botanical sensitives the Meridian Fellowship had ever seen." "That's not possible," Mira said. She wasn't. She didn't tell you," our chorus replied. "Or perhaps she couldn't. Memory anchors can fail. Oils can degrade. Braids can be cut. The truth lives in you whether she hid it or not." Mira felt the world swaying again, not from resonance, but from the weight of revelation pressing on her chest. Her mother, a sensitive, a researcher, a part of this place? No, it didn't fit. Unless it did, and Mira had been living in the shadow of a secret, far larger than she ever imagined. Before she could speak, a warning hum ran through the vines overhead. They retraced their spirals, coiling inward, trembling like animals, sensing a predator. "Watcher awake. Watcher sees. Watcher comes." Mira staggered back. "What is that?" she whispered. Our chorus didn't answer immediately. Then, another division. "Higher clearance. They monitor resonance spikes. You've just caused one." Dr. Larkspur's voice cracked. "Director, the spike isn't dropping, it's rising." Our chorus's lips tightened. "Very well, we'll relocate." She turned to Mira, extending a hand. "Come, we need to speak privately." Every vine in the room coiled tighter. Their whispers a single word. "Don't." Mira stared at the director's outstretched hand, heart racing. Our chorus's gaze held hers with a calm, unshakable certainty. "You have questions," she said. "I have answers." The pod behind them pulsed weakly, its suffering dimming to a faint whimper. The vines hissed warnings Mira couldn't ignore. Dr. Larkspur waited, breath shallow. Mira stood between two futures, neither of them safe, both of them inevitable. The floor vibrated with an approaching presence. She had to choose. Now, the Bloomwright vault, chapter separator. The hallway our chorus led me through was colder than the rest of the institute. Too cold, as if sunlight couldn't find its way here. The air smelled different, too, stripped of earth and living green, replaced with something sterile, metallic, and humming with quiet intention. I trailed a few steps behind the director, heart hammering, every instinct screaming that I should run, turn back, bury myself somewhere the vines could protect me. But the whispers running beneath the floorboards were guiding me forward, not away. Left root, right root. Follow the pull, daughter seed. Whatever waited ahead, the first garden wanted me to see it. The hallway ended at a curved steel door, etched with glyphs that made my skin prickle. Some were identical to the ones in my mother's book. Others pulsed faintly, glowing sick green as though warned by my approach. Our chorus placed her hand flat against the center sigil. "This wing is usually restricted," she said without looking at me. "But in your case, exclusion would be counterproductive." The sigil recognized her touch. Light scattered across the door in branching patterns, like lightning through roots, and the vault groaned open. A breath of frigid air rushed out, dimming the overhead lights. I shivered. This place felt wrong. Wrong like a graveyard with the graves dug too shallow. wrong like a secret kept for too long. Our chorus stepped inside without hesitation. I hesitated only a second before following, swallowing hard as the door sealed behind us with a finality that felt like a tomb snapping shut. The vault wasn't a single room. It was a network of chambers radiating from a central spine, each lined with shelves, locked cabinets, and glass cases. But the first thing I saw, my breath catching, my stomach dropping, were the braids. Rows of them, meticulously preserved, sealed inside transparent cases like museum artifacts. Thick black plaits, silver coils from elders, children's braids tied with faded ribbons, twists, cornrows, locks, hair shaped by hands that had known the same rituals my mother taught me. Hair that had belonged to Bloomwright women long dead. I stepped closer, unable to breathe. The braids were arranged like specimens, each mounted on velvet boards, labeled with tiny metal plaques. Designation A17, Memory Conduit Type 3. Source, unnamed Bloomwright, circa 1832. My skin crawled. You cut them off their heads? Our chorus tilted her head. Most of these were donated, some retrieved posthumously from Bloomwrights who died before their archives could be transcribed. This is knowledge, Ms. Kale, not mutilation. I touched the glass of the nearest case. Immediately, a shiver ran through me. A whisper, faint but unmistakable. Don't let them take yours, child. I jerked my hand back. These braids, our chorus continued, contain encoded ancestral memories. Braids as archives. Oils as preservation mediums. You understand the mechanism now, I assume? I forced words out, throat tight. The oil binds the memory. The braid stores it. Like a map. Yes. She gestured deeper into the vault. Come, there's more. Part of me didn't want to follow her. Another part, older, rooted, hungry, did. I moved as though something tugged me forward by invisible strands. The second chamber held rows of jars, each filled with seeds that throbbed with faint luminescence. Some were shriveled and dark. Others pulsed slowly, like sleeping hearts. The labels were even colder. Memory Seed, Tier 5. Bloomwright CL. Death, 1897. Memory Seed, Tier 2. Bloomwright JR. Expelled. Memory Seed, Tier 8. Bloomwright MC. Incomplete. My steps faltered at the last one. MC. My initials. Before I could ask, our chorus said quietly, Your grandmother, Miriam Kale, one of the last Bloomwrights before the lineage fractured. Cold washed through me. Grandma Miriam she didn't have powers. Our chorus didn't smile. Her abilities were dormant, incomplete, but her seed still holds generational records. You could unlock it. I stared at the jar. The seed inside was split down the middle, as though struck by lightning. It pulsed faintly as I stepped closer. I know you, the pulse said without words. I know the scent of your roots. I staggered back, heart racing. Why do you have this? Why do you have any of this? Because Bloomwright knowledge is too inconsistent to rely on oral transmission alone, our chorus said, almost gently. Your bloodline is the last intact one. For generations, the Fellowship has safeguarded your ancestors' work, cataloged it, studied it, preserved what would have otherwise been lost. That's not preservation, I whispered. It's containment. Our chorus exhaled once, a thin sliver of impatience. Containment is subjective. Knowledge without discipline leads to extinction. We are preventing that. I shook my head. You've been watching my family for decades. Yes. You tracked my grandmother. Yes. You tracked my mother. Our chorus's silence was answer enough. A hot rush of betrayal rose in my chest. Did you make her sick? That made our chorus stop short. She turned fully toward me, expression unreadable. We don't harm Bloomwright lines, Mira. We protect them. Your mother died of causes we did not orchestrate. Her eyes flicked away too quickly. My stomach twisted. You're lying. We do not kill our subjects. She corrected herself immediately, too immediately. Our partners. My voice dropped to a tremor. What did you want from her? Our chorus's gaze hardened. The same thing we want from you. Behind her, a row of cabinets slid open with a whisper of gears. Inside were carefully stored journals, hundreds of them, some leather-bound, some wrapped in cloth, all covered in glyphs I recognized from my mother's recipe book. My heart stopped. You translated these? I whispered. To the best of our ability, our chorus said, but we lack the key. I felt the world pitch beneath me. That's not true. It is time you understood who really safeguarded your legacy. Something in me snapped, not like a twig, but like a root pulled too far from the earth. My voice was raw. My mother safeguarded me. My family safeguarded our traditions. Not you. Not this place. Our chorus stepped closer, gaze burning. Your mother tried to shield you from what you are, and in doing so, she nearly doomed your entire line. Her hand hovered inches from my cheek, not touching, but too close. It's time to come home, Mira. The roots behind the steel groaned. A whisper surged up my spine. You are not her seed, you are mine. Our chorus didn't hear it, but she saw the way I flinched, and her eyes narrowed. You're hearing her now, aren't you? I didn't answer. Our chorus's voice dropped to a murmur, cold as frost. Good. That means the linking phase has begun. We are closer than I thought. My heart hammered. Closer to what? To unlocking the first garden. The jars trembled, the braids whispered, and behind every sealed relic, every preserved fragment of Bloomwright history, one truth hit me with the weight of a fallen tree. This vault wasn't honoring my ancestors. It was preparing to use them. Mira pressed her palm against the cold glass jar, staring at the braid, coiled in its suspension fluid like a sleeping serpent. The ends frayed upward in delicate fibers that almost resembled nerves or roots searching for soil. Her breath fawned the glass. The room seemed to constrict around her, shrinking, pulling all its shadows toward her like a tide. Because if the fellowship was preparing to use them, these braids, these relics of Bloomwrights, long dead, then she had walked into something far older, far more deliberate. At a research institute in a forest, she had walked into a plan, and she was the next step. A faint tremor rippled across her fingertips. Not physical, magical, sensory, ancestral. The braid inside the jar shuddered, only once, as though recognizing her, the way a seed recognized the soil it had been born for. Mira stepped back so quickly, she bumped into a shelf. Glass clinked sharply. Her heart pounded in her throat. Across the vault, something whispered. Not sound, not language. Memory. You came back. Mira froze. Who said that? The jars were still. The glyph-covered walls did not shift. The hush of filtered vents continued steadily, yet the whisper threaded into her mind again, like a leaf brushing the inside of her skull. Bloomwright, we know you. Her knees almost buckled. No, she whispered. No, I'm not. But she was, and this place had known it long before she ever walked in the door. She backed away from the shelves, but the memory seeds in the jars lit faintly, as if following her movement. They flickered, pearlescent blues, pale greens, soft golds, pulsing with an eerie syncopation. Mira's mouth went dry. How long have you been watching my family? She asked aloud, her voice trembling. The vault did not answer with words. Instead, a panel on the far wall blinked, humming softly. A narrow slit opened, mechanical, smooth, as though waiting. Mira approached cautiously. Inside the slit lay another journal, its cover cracked with age, its clasp etched with the same floral glyph that wrapped around every one of her mother's sketches. Her pulse kicked. Her mother hadn't been the only writer in the family. She reached for the journal. Her fingers shook as she lifted it from the compartment. Warmth radiated from the leather, as if the book had been waiting for skin, not gloves, not tools. Mira opened the first page. The handwriting was unmistakable, her mother's, but the date in the corner chilled her blood. Years before Mira was born. Years before her mother had ever told anyone she was pregnant. Years before she had ever left her coastal town. "How?" Mira whispered, voice catching. "How were you here before me?" A brittle edge of panic scraped her ribs. Her mother had been part of this institute. Not as a visitor, but as a participant, which meant the fellowship hadn't just been studying Bloomwright lineage. They had been cultivating it. And Mira was the result. She turned another page. Diagrams of braids intertwined with vine-like channels. Notes about inherited botanical memory. Sketches of children with glowing hands. Annotations in margins describing experimental outcomes, success rates, potential generational transfer. The word transfer was underlined 3 times. Mira's breath stilled. Her mother had been documenting a ritual, a biological inheritance, a blooming, a transformation. A way to pass the memories of ancestors into their descendants, to fuse them, grow them, bind them. The braids in jars were not relics. They were archives, living repositories of consciousness. And the fellowship intended to seed Mira with them. "You were made for this," the whispering returned, stronger now. Not singular, many voices layered together. "You are the garden we prepared." Mira slammed the journal shut. "Stop," she snapped, louder than she meant. "Stop talking in my head." But the jars continued to glow. The braids shifted, their fibers brushing the glass with a faint scratching sound. She stumbled back again, nearly tripping over herself. A door behind her hissed open. Mira spun. A figure stepped through wearing a pale lab coat and a badge she hadn't seen before. Etched not with a department, but with a sigil. A blooming flower with an eye in the center. "Mira," the woman said softly, "you weren't meant to find this room yet." Her throat tightened. "But you meant for me to find it eventually," the woman sighed, clasping her hands in front of her. "Everything in this wing is part of your birthright. Your mother knew that. She helped design the protocols that led to you." "No," Mira whispered. "My mother wanted nothing to do with this place. She never mentioned—" She couldn't. She was bound by oath. But she believed in what we were doing, even when she began to fear the consequences. The woman stepped closer. "We didn't bring you here to trap you, Mira. We brought you here because the memories are waking in you already. If you don't receive guidance, if we don't help you integrate your lineage, it will consume you." Mira shook her head. "No, you want to use me. You misunderstand." The woman lifted a palm. "Bloomwrights are not tools. They're vessels, bridges between what was lost and what might still be saved." "Saved from what?" The lights flickered. A low hum filled the vault, deep, resonant, vibrating against Mira's bones. The braids responded first, sparking with gold threads of light. Then the seeds began to chime. Then the air itself seemed to pulse. The woman's expression tightened. "From the rift," she said. "From the withering coming through it. From the silence spreading across the wilds. Your ancestors sealed it once, but the seal is cracking, and only a Bloomwright with a living archive can mend it again." Mira's jaw fell open. "I didn't ask for this." No Bloomwright ever did. The hum deepened. The vault's glyphs began to glow. "Mira," the woman said gently, "you are the last unbound descendant. If you turn away now, the rift will open, and everything you love will die." A chill shot through Mira's spine. Behind her, the braids pressed against the glass as though reaching. She swallowed hard. "If this is true, if my mother helped you, then why did she run?" The woman's eyes darkened. "Because she feared you would be taken from her, and she feared what would happen if you weren't." Mira stepped back. Her pulse hammered so loudly she felt it in her teeth. "So, I don't have a choice?" "You have many choices," the woman said, "but only one future." The glyphs around the room brightened again, and the braids whispered her name. Bloomwright. Mira's breath shuddered. She wasn't ready to hold a single life in her hands. How could she possibly hold thousands? The woman extended a hand. "Let us help you." Mira stared at it. She didn't know which was more terrifying, taking that hand or rejecting it. Mira did not take the woman's hand. Not at first. She stared at it, steady, patient, disturbingly calm, and something inside her recoiled. Not because she sensed malice, but because she sensed certainty. Certainty was its own kind of danger. People who were certain believed their cause justified anything, even stealing a child's future before the child ever knew she had one. "I need a minute," Mira whispered. The woman lowered her hand, but didn't step away. She watched Mira with unsettling softness, the kind adults used to coax scared creatures into cages. "You can take all the minutes you need," she said, "but the vault won't wait forever." A chill ghosted across Mira's skin. "What does that mean?" The woman glanced at the glowing glyphs, now crawling like bioluminescent vines across the vaulted walls. "The archives are waking. The ancestral strands inside the vault can sense you. They haven't felt a living descendant in decades. They're responding instinctively, reaching for connection." Mira's chest tightened. "They're not just memories." "No," the woman said. "They're consciousness fragments, echoes of Bloomwright minds captured at the moment of the great severance. You felt them already." A whisper brushed Mira's inner ear. "Stay." She flinched. "They're calling me. They've been calling you since birth," the woman replied. Mira felt something inside her twist, a knot she had been carrying her entire life, but only now realizing it had a name. The strange plant dreams, the way vines curled toward her fingertips, the sense of pressure in her chest whenever she walked into certain forests. Like a heartbeat that wasn't hers. She had always believed she was broken. Now she realized she was incomplete. "What happens if I connect with them?" Mira asked. The woman's expression softened further. "You'll inherit the memories of every Bloomwright who braided themselves into the archives. Their knowledge, their abilities, their fears, their triumphs, their warnings." Mira swallowed. "And what happens if I don't?" The woman hesitated. "Your awakened lineage will continue fracturing your mind. The plant voices will grow louder. Your dreams will dissolve into visions. You'll lose the separation between your thoughts and theirs." "So I go crazy?" Mira said flatly. The woman didn't deny it. Mira wrapped her arms around herself. "Why didn't my mother tell me?" "She hoped she could delay it," the woman said. "Hoped she could outrun the magic your blood carried. But heritage isn't a thing one can simply choose or ignore." Mira stared again at the glowing jars, braids drifting like submerged constellations, seeds chiming in slow rhythms. The vault wasn't a room, it was a waiting mouth, and she was the key to opening it. She stepped closer to the nearest jar. The braid inside twitched, fibers flaring like tiny filaments of light. They reached the glass, flattening against it, curling toward her like strands of hair brushing along a lover's cheek. A pulse reverberated beneath her ribs. Her breath hitched. "Why are they reacting like this?" she asked quietly. "You're the first Bloomwright born after the great severance," the woman replied. "To them, you're proof the lineage survived. You are their continuation, their hope." "I didn't ask to be anyone's hope," Mira murmured. "Most people never do." The braid in the jar brightened again. "Then, Mira," the whisper rippled through the vault, through her bones, through her blood. "I heard that," Mira breathed. "You will hear more if you open the jar." Mira spun to face the woman. "I'm not touching anything until I know exactly what you intend to do with me." The woman nodded. "Then let's talk." She motioned to a long, low bench beside a shelf of sealed memory seeds. Reluctantly, Mira sat. The bench was cold. Too cold. The chill seeped into her spine, making her shiver. The woman remained standing. "Our goal," she said, "is to guide you through the binding ritual, a ceremony that will allow you to integrate the ancestral archive safely." "Safely?" Mira scoffed. "You have jars of hair whispering at me. Nothing about this is safe." "Magic rarely is," the woman said. "But with structure, with preparation, with the right sigils, it can be balanced." "And after the ritual?" Mira asked. "What exactly happens to me then?" The woman was silent for a long moment. "You become a Bloomwright in full," she finally said. "The last of your kind. The only one capable of sealing the rift the way your ancestors once did." "So I'm a weapon," Mira said. "A guardian," the woman corrected. But the difference felt thin, fragile, cosmetic. Mira stood abruptly. "No, I won't be used. I'm not here to fix a world I didn't break." "You're right," the woman said gently. "But if you walk away, the world will break further." The braids whispered again. "Choose." The vault's light dimmed, flaring only at the edges of the jars. Mira rubbed her arms, trying to ground herself. "What if I connect with them and I don't survive it?" she asked. "Then we will do everything we can to keep you anchored," the woman replied. "You are not alone in this, whether you accept us or not." Mira didn't know whether that was comforting or ominous. She took a deep breath and stepped back to the jar. "What do I have to do?" she asked quietly. The woman's eyes brightened, not triumphantly, but with something like relief. "First, place your hand on the lid. The jar will read your signature, your lineage frequency." Mira hesitated, then pressed her palm to the lid. The glyphs swirled instantly, spiraling into fractal patterns that mirrored the symbol burned into the back of her mother's journal. The jar unlocked with a soft, clean click. A rush of air escaped, a breath released after centuries. The braid rose through the fluid like a creature waking from slumber. The smell hit her next. Petrichor, night-blooming flowers, something older than soil. Then the voices flooded in. "Bloomwright, Bloomwright, Bloomwright." Mira gasped, staggering back as the braid rose, suspended in air, glowing with threads of silver and gold and deep green. Images flashed behind her eyes, forests burning, forests healing. Women kneeling in circles, braided together with living vines, hands clasped, eyes glowing. A vast tear in the world, like a screaming mouth of darkness. A Bloomwright stepping toward it, hair unraveling into luminous strands as she sealed the wound with her own life. Pain, triumph, loss, triumph again. Too much, too much. Mira screamed. The braid shot forward, straight into her chest. the world split open. The vault vanished, and Mira fell, downward, inward, into the garden of her own collapsing mind. She fell into darkness, but not empty darkness. A lattice of glowing roots unfurled beneath her, branches of light forming a shifting map of centuries. Voices spiraled down the root tunnels, echoing like wind inside cavern stone. Each thread of light was a memory, a life, a voice waiting to be claimed. Mira, Mira, child seed, blood of the forgotten. The ground heaved beneath her bare feet. Only then did she realize she was standing on something alive, a pulsing network of roots, braided and rebraided into symbols she did not understand, yet somehow recognized. A woman stepped forward from the glow. Her skin shimmered like bark polished by moonlight, her hair a curtain of woven roots threaded with green fire. Petals drifted from her shoulders with every step. Her face was neither young nor old, but carved in the shape of grief that had learned how to wait. The root mother, not the faint whisper in Mira's mind, not the vine that reached through the marsh. This was her full presence, the one who stood between memory and forgetting. "You came," the root mother murmured. Her voice had soil in it, rain, the hush of leaves turning toward sunlight. Mira backed away, breath ragged. I didn't. The vault pulled me in." "As it should," the root mother said. "The archives woke when you touched the braid. They recognized you as kin, as heir." "I'm not anyone's heir," Mira said, shaking her head. I'm just trying to understand what's happening to me." "You are not the first Bloomwright to say that," the root mother replied, "but you may be the last." Mira felt her chest tighten. "Why me? Why my family?" "Because your line kept the final seed," the root mother said. "The seed your mother hid, the seed your grandmother protected, the seed your ancestors braided into their hair before the great severance. It contains the memory of the first garden before the rift tore through it." A tremor rippled through the glowing root floor. "And now," the root mother continued, "that seed must open." Mira stumbled back. No, I don't want." The root mother lifted a hand, and the roots surged upward, wrapping gently around Mira's wrists. Not binding, but guiding. "You fear what you carry," the root mother said. "But fear is only ignorance with a heartbeat." Mira stared into the root mother's face, trying to see her mother in the woman's eyes, trying to understand why her mother had never warned her about any of this. "You took something from me," Mira whispered. "That recipe, that memory." The root mother didn't deny it. "Every gift has a cost," she said, "as it always has for Bloomwrights." "That's not a gift. That's theft." "It is sacrifice," the root mother corrected. "A sacrifice your ancestors understood, even embraced." Mira's throat tightened as the glowing braid, still woven into her chest like a living filament, throbbed painfully. "What do you want from me?" Mira whispered. The root mother stepped closer until her breath smelled of earth after rain. "To become what you are meant to become," she murmured. "I don't want a destiny." "Destiny does not require your wanting," the root mother said. "Only your being." The floor of roots rippled again, forming a circular pattern, 6 spirals intersecting a central seed shape. Symbols lit along the spirals like the glow of fireflies. "What is this?" Mira whispered. "The binding pattern." The root mother said, "If you stand in the center, the ancestral archive will merge with your blood and memory." "And if I don't?" Mira asked. "Then your power will continue to unravel you," the root mother said softly. "Piece by piece, memory by memory, until nothing remains of who you were meant to be." The words hit her like a splintered truth. Her mother's soup recipe had been such a small thing, but it had felt like losing a year of her childhood. If the cost escalated, If the gifts demanded more, what would she forget next? What face? What smell? What voice? What person? I don't trust you, Mira said. You trust the pain, the root mother replied. That is enough for now. The root pattern beneath Mira brightened. The central seed pulsed. And for a moment, she saw, really saw, the memories locked within it. A storm tearing through a vast underground garden. Roots screaming the language made of vibration. A woman standing at the center, hands raised, braids unraveling into living conduits of light. Shade pouring toward her like spilled night. The seed snapped shut again, as if shielding Mira from seeing too much. She fell to her knees, gasping. The root mother knelt beside her. You have seen a piece of what came before, she said. There will be more. No, Mira whispered. There can't be. I can't hold all of that. You were born to. I didn't ask to be born for this. The root mother's expression did not change, but her voice softened. No child asks for the legacy left in their blood, she said, but every child must choose what to do with it. Mira pressed her hands to her eyes, shaking, the vault, the fellowship, the braids drifting in jars, her mother's hidden notes, the whisper in the comb. All of it had been leading here, to this moment, this choice. The root mother rose and stepped back, giving Mira space. When you return to the surface, the root mother said, you will not be the only one who knows you have awakened. The fellowship will feel it. The seeds they keep will stir. The hair they have preserved will call to you. They will want you, for their research, for their power, for their ambitions. Mira lifted her head slowly. You knew about them. I know all who touch the roots, the root mother said. And you want me to what? Trust you instead? I want you to survive. Mira stood shakily. The braids still glowing faintly inside her chest hummed in time with her heartbeat. What happens, she asked quietly, if I step into the circle? You begin the binding, the root mother said. And the memories that do not belong to you will become yours. You will see every Bloomwright who came before, feel their joys, their wounds, their teachings. And the cost? Mira whispered. The root mother's gaze glowed with leaf-green fire. You will lose something small first, then something beloved. Mira reeled. No, I can't. You already have, the root mother reminded her gently. Mira's stomach twisted. Her mother's voice, reading a recipe aloud. Gone, erased in exchange for root sense. I won't lose anyone else, Mira said. I won't. You will, the root mother said. But you will not lose them all, and what you gain will save more than those memories ever could. Mira looked down at the circle. The symbols pulsed. The voices whispered. The braid inside her chest throbbed with a hunger she didn't understand. Something opened in the air. A sound like ancient breath exhaling. Her foot moved, just once. She stepped inside the circle. Light erupted upward in spirals of green and silver and deep, ancient gold. The root mother's voice echoed all around her. Daughter seed, the binding begins. A roar filled Mira's ears. Memories slammed into her, centuries of them, like waves crashing through a broken dam. She screamed. The vault dissolved. The world went white. She woke on the cold floor of the Meridian Institute vault. The jar lay shattered beside her. Her hands were glowing, and when she tried to remember her mother's face, really remember it, a hole yawned open in her mind where the memory had once been. A single tear slipped down her cheek. The braid inside her chest pulsed once, as if in sympathy, and far beneath the earth, the first garden stirred in reply. 10. The root mother warns, chapter separator. The morning after the vault incident tasted like copper and shadows. I woke with the faint hum of roots beneath my skin. a vibration that followed the line of each vein, as if my blood had forgotten how to be only blood and was trying to become soil. My braids lay across my shoulders like sleeping serpents, heavier than the night before, as if each one had swallowed something in my dreams. My hands still glowed faintly beneath the skin, not bright enough to see from across the room, but enough to show green threads moving like trapped light when I flexed my fingers. I sat on the edge of my cot in the Meridian dormitory and pressed my palms to my eyes. A floral scent drifted from the roots of my hair, wild jasmine, crushed leaves, a hint of rain hitting dirt, and I knew that wasn't mine, not originally. It belonged to the first garden, to the archive beneath the marsh, to the memories I had taken into myself the night before, whether I'd wanted them or not. A whisper curled in the back of my mind. Daughter seed. I froze. The root mother had spoken in dreams before, in ripples of thought, in the tremor of vines, but never this close, never in the morning light, never when my eyes were open. Please, I whispered, voice cracking. Not now, not here. A breath that wasn't mine moved through the room, stirring the ends of my braids. Now is the only time left. My throat tightened. What happened to me in the vault? A pause, or maybe the pause was inside me. You crossed the threshold of forgetting. The first price has been paid. I felt the ache behind my eyes, a hollow throb where something warm used to live. My mother's face, bright as a lantern in my memory, had become softer around the edges, as though someone had breathed fog over a window. And if I keep going, I whispered, more will be lost, and more will be gained. I shuddered. You said I'd lose something small first. You did. But my mother? Her face was not taken. Only a memory tied to a time, a moment, a sound. The root mother's voice softened. The seed preserves the essence. You still know she existed. You still love her. But certain recollections feed the binding when called. It is how the power roots itself in you. I pressed a fist to my chest. I don't want to lose anything else. Then you must protect what remains, a vine-soft whisper. And to do that, you must hide the seeds. My breath caught. Hide them? Where? The room around me dimmed, not from the sun, but from something inside my eyes shifting. The root mother's presence thickened, like vines unfurling in the air. In your hair, daughter seed, where your foremothers hid their wisdom, where your mother hid hers, where the fellowship will not think to look until it is too late. A pressure bloomed at my scalp, warm, pulsing, almost like fingers parting the roots of my hair. I lifted a trembling hand and touched the first braid along my temple. It vibrated, as if something living lay inside it. Root mother, I whispered, what did you put in me? Nothing that was not already yours. Her voice wrapped around me like moss on bark. But now you must learn to weave it, to braid binding, to encode what cannot otherwise be spoken. A chill ran through me. I don't know how. You will. The shadows in the corners thickened, and then my hair lifted. Not much, not violently. Just enough at the ends of my braids rose an inch from my shoulders, swaying as though underwater. I felt every strand, every knot, every twist. Each braid pulsed with a faint green light, visible only when I turned my head at certain angles. Stop, I whispered. Someone could walk in. They will not. I am shielding you. The room felt suddenly distant, wrapped in a membrane of quiet. Even the ticking of the hallway clock outside the dormitory dimmed to nothing. The root mother's presence pressed against the walls like a breath held in the ribs of the earth. My heart hammered against my chest. "What do you want me to do?" I asked. The vines of her voice twined inside my mind. "Take the oil." I looked to my work table, across the room. My mother's braiding oil, my oil now, sat in a small amber jar, the same one I'd used on customers back home. Before all this, before the vault, before my hands had turned green beneath the skin, I stood on shaky legs. The glow in my palms dimmed, tucked itself deeper, hiding. When I lifted the jar, the oil inside shimmered, not golden, not brown, but a strange combination of both, threaded with faint silver streaks I'd never seen before. "It wasn't like this yesterday," I whispered. "The seed altered it. It is ready." "Ready for what?" "To carry memory." My scalp tingled. Roots of hair, tightening like tiny fists opening. "Mama used to oil my hair before she braided it," I said softly. "She said it made the hair remember the hands that touched it." "She knew more than she told you." I swallowed. "How do I start?" "Dip your fingers." I did. The oil clung to my fingertips in slow-moving threads, thicker than before. It smelled of rosemary, clove, and something older. Something like cracked earth after a storm. "Now," the root mother whispered, "touch the first braid." I lifted my hand to the braid at my temple, the one that had been vibrating ever since I woke. When my fingers brushed it, the world rearranged. The room blurred. The air thickened with scent and memory. The oil sparked against the braid, and a symbol bloomed in my mind's eye. An image drawn in green fire. A circle. A seed. A spiral inside the seed. "The first glyph," the root mother murmured, "the mark of keeping." I gasped as the braid warmed under my touch. Light slithered down the twist of hair and vanished beneath the surface of my skin. "What was that?" I whispered. "The memory of the vault," she said. "Encoded. Hidden." My knees buckled. "You mean I just stored it? In my hair?" "Yes, but that's impossible. It is Bloomwright work. It is the oldest magic of your line. There is nothing impossible in what is already yours." I stared at the braid, still tingling with residual light. "If I keep going," I whispered, "what will happen? Your hair will become a living map of the first garden." Her voice grew deeper, almost mournful, "And the fellowship will not be able to take what you carry. Not without breaking you apart, root by root." A shiver ran down my spine. "Are they going to try?" I asked. The root mother did not answer immediately. The silence itself was an answer. Finally, her voice coiled back into my mind like a vine reclaiming its shape. "They already are, daughter seed. They have been trying since before you could walk." My breath faltered. "What do I braid next?" I asked, voice barely steady. "The memory of your mother's warning," the root mother said softly. "The one you lost. Bind the echo of it now, before the rift widens." Her words cut me. "But I don't remember the warning." "You remember the shape of it. Let that be enough." My hands trembled as I dipped my fingers back into the oil. "This is too much," I whispered. "I'm not ready." "You were born ready." It was the world that waited. My scalp tingled again, as if the braids were listening. I reached for the next one, and I prayed the memory I bound wouldn't be the memory I lost next. Mira's breath hitched